They say that on May 5th, 1931, down below, a convoy of cars carrying company men and the law's hired guns slowed to a crawl. And from the hillsides, an answer came not in words, but in a roar of gunfire that tore the morning apart. This was the moment that would forever define a place known as Bloody Harlan. Was it a murderous ambush, as the coal barons screamed to the world? Or was it the last desperate act of men who had been beaten, starved, and cornered? The truth, as it always does in those dark hollows, is buried deep. Today, we're not just going to talk about a gunfight. We're going to uncover the story of the pressure, the pain, and the poverty that led to the Battle of Evarts, a day when ordinary miners decided they would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. To understand the men who took to the hills with rifles that day, you first have to understand the world that made them. Harlan County in the early 1900s wasn't a place of opportunity. It was a kingdom of coal, and every man, woman, and child was a subject. A boy was born in a house the company owned, breathing in the black dust that settled on his cradle. He played in the shadow of the tipple that would one day claim his father, and knew, with a certainty that chilled the bone, that it would one day claim him too. This wasn't just a job. It was a system of total control. You lived in the company's house so you could be evicted at a moment's notice. You shopped at the company's store where your dollar was worth 50 cents and you were paid not in American money but in company scrip. This private currency was a leash designed to keep you in a state of permanent debt. A man could spend his entire life deep in the earth, risking his life for a pittance, and still die owing the company money. His debt would then pass to his sons. It was a new kind of feudalism, hidden away in the American mountains. The land itself taught them to be hard. The mountains demanded self-reliance. A man learned to hunt, to fix what was broken, and to stand his ground because no one else was coming to help him. This forged a powerful code, an unspoken law that was older and deeper than any statute passed in a distant capital. You stood by your kin. You looked a man in the eye. You did not suffer an insult to your honor, and you never, ever let an outsider push you off your own ground. The mine was a brutal teacher. Every day was a gamble against a cave-in, a gas explosion, or the slow, suffocating death of black lung. Men watched their friends get crushed, their fathers waste away, their brothers carried out on a stretcher. They learned that their lives were cheap, just another cost on the company's ledger. This constant dance with death bred a certain kind of fatalism, but it also bred a deep, simmering rage. So when the Great Depression hit and the operators demanded that these men work for even less, they weren't just cutting a wage. They were breaking a sacred, unspoken pact. The miners had endured the danger, the debt, and the dust. They had traded their health and their freedom for a life that was just barely livable. By trying to take that last crumb, the company wasn't just making a business decision. They were delivering the final, unforgivable insult to the mountain code. They were pushing men who had nothing left to lose. Before the strike, before the guns, there was a life. It was a hard life, to be sure, but it was theirs. A miner's day began in darkness and ended in darkness, but in between there were moments of light. A man's kingdom wasn't the mine, and it wasn't the company town. It was the few square feet of his front porch where he'd sit at the end of a shift, bone-tired, and watch his children play in the yard. It was the smell of supper cooking, the one time of day the scent of coal was overpowered by something that felt like home. These men weren't just workers, they were husbands and fathers. They held a deep, fierce pride in their ability to provide, to put food on the table, no matter how meager. They'd come home with their faces permanently stained with black dust, but they would wash their hands clean before holding their babies. Their world was one of small dignities, a well-tended garden, a hymn sung in church on Sunday morning, the quiet respect of their neighbors. This was the life they were defending. It wasn't about a theory of labor. It was about their kids having shoes in the winter. And there was a brotherhood forged in the belly of the earth. Down in the darkness, A man's life depended entirely on the man next to him. They learned to read the groans of the mountain, to listen for the shifting of rock, to trust each other's instincts without a word. This created a bond that outsiders could never understand. They were more than neighbors. They were soldiers in a daily war against the mountain. They shared their last chew of tobacco, covered for each other when the foreman was on the prowl, and mourned together when the mountain inevitably claimed one of their own. This was the world the coal operators failed to see. They saw numbers on a ledger, a list of employees, a cost to be managed. They did not see the tight-knit fabric of a community woven from shared hardship and fierce loyalty. They didn't understand that when you threatened one family, you threatened them all. The world they had built, this fragile ecosystem of kinship and honor, was the only thing they had. And when the company came for it, they were coming for everything. The same mountain that gives a man his strength also carves his deepest flaw. For the miners of Harlan County, that flaw was a pride as hard and sharp as a shard of slate. It was a pride born of survival, a refusal to bow your head to any man, be he a foreman or a king. This wasn't arrogance. It was a deep-seated belief that a man's dignity was the one thing the company couldn't own and the mountain couldn't crush. There were stories told in the camps that every miner understood. A story of a man who put down his tools and walked out of the mine, sacrificing his job and his family's next meal, all because a young foreman from up north had called him boy. He wasn't being defiant for the sake of it. He was upholding a code. To accept the insult would be to admit that the company owned his spirit as well as his labor, and that was a line he would not cross. He lost his job, his home, and was blacklisted from every mine in the county, but he kept his honor intact. This unwavering pride was a kind of psychological armor against the crushing darkness of the mines. It's what allowed a man to walk into the earth each morning with his head held high. But it was also a fatal vulnerability. The operators, in their distant offices, may not have understood the men, but their enforcers on the ground, the gun thugs and the sheriffs, they understood this pride perfectly. They learned it was a button they could push. They knew that these were not men who could be shamed or intimidated into submission indefinitely. They were men who would bend and bend and bend, absorbing every hardship with a stoic silence. But when you pushed them past that breaking point, when you made it a question of their honor as men, they would not break. They would explode. This pride, this absolute refusal to be seen as less than a man, was the powder keg sitting in the heart of Harlan County. All it needed was a spark. The first affront was the wage cut, a cold dismissal of their worth. The next was the company's response to the union. Any man who joined was fired, his name put on a blacklist that was a death sentence to his career. But the deepest cut, the one that went past the wallet and into the soul, was the evictions. Miners and their families, with nowhere to go, were thrown out of their company shacks, their belongings piled in the muddy road. It was an act of calculated cruelty, designed not just to punish the men, but to break their wives and starve their children. The pressure built until the air in Harlan felt thick enough to ignite. And on the morning of May the 5th, 1931, the company provided the spark. They decided to make a statement. They assembled a convoy of 3 cars, filled not just with non-union workers, but with the most hated symbols of their power, company officials and Sheriff J.H. Blair's deputies, the gun thugs who had been beating and intimidating them for weeks. Their goal was to parade these scabs right through the town of Evarts. This was not a logistical move. This was a deliberate act of humiliation. It was a victory lap for the company, a public declaration that the strike was broken, that the men were beaten, and that the company's power was absolute. To the striking miners, watching from the hillsides where many of their families were now living in makeshift tents, this was an invasion. It was the enemy marching through their territory, flying a flag of contempt. The news passed from holler to holler, not in a shout, but in a low, dangerous whisper. "They're coming." That was all that needed to be said. Men looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no longer about a contract. This was about honor. It was a direct challenge to their pride, a public taunt. To stand by and watch that convoy roll through town would be to admit defeat. It would be to accept the role of the beaten dog, to bow your head and concede that you were less than a man. And for these men, forged by the mountain's harsh code, that was an impossibility. The moment that convoy was formed, the choice was made for them. Their pride, the very core of their identity, demanded a response. And in Harlan County, a response like that only came from the barrel of a gun. There were voices of reason, you see. There always are. Union organizers, men sent down from the national office, understood the danger. They knew that an open gunfight would bring the full weight of the state down on them. It would give the operators the perfect excuse to call in the National Guard and crush the strike with bayonets and machine guns. Their strategy was one of patience, of holding the line, of winning the war of public opinion. They preached discipline, warning the men not to be provoked, not to give the company the violence it so clearly wanted. But for a man watching his child grow thin, the word patience is a curse. For a man who has been beaten by company thugs and seen his furniture thrown into the street, the idea of discipline sounds like cowardice. The organizers' warnings, however wise, were spoken in a language these miners no longer understood. The company had been communicating in the language of brute force for months. The miners were simply deciding to answer in kind. Their pride, that raw, unshakable mountain pride, could not absorb another blow. The decision wasn't made in a meeting or put to a vote. It was made in silence, in the grim set of 100 jaws. It was the quiet click of a rifle bolt in a dozen hillside tents. It was a man giving his wife a look that said everything before taking his old shotgun down from the wall. One by one, then in small groups, they began to move. They slipped away from the desperate little camps and filtered down through the woods, their movements quiet and purposeful. This wasn't a mob, it was an army assembling. They knew the convoy's route, they knew the land better than any deputy, and they knew the perfect spot, a place where the road narrowed and was forced to cross the railroad tracks at the edge of Evarts. It was a natural choke point, a place where the cars would have to slow to a crawl. They took up positions on the wooded hillside overlooking the road, some behind trees, others in the shallow ditches. They were no longer just striking miners, they were choosing a battlefield. Every man who took his place on that hillside was consciously rejecting a path of peace. He was ignoring the warnings of the organizers. He was turning his back on the slim hope of a negotiated settlement. He was betting his life and the future of his family on the outcome of the next few minutes. The company had offered them a choice, submission or starvation. On that morning, the miners of Harlan County chose a third option, war. The path had narrowed until there was only one way forward, and it was lined with guns. There was a moment just before the first engine was heard when the world went still. The men lay hidden on the hillside, the cool earth pressed against them, the weight of their rifles familiar in their hands. The sun was climbing, casting long shadows through the trees. A bird sang somewhere nearby, oblivious. In that sliver of time, there was a profound silence. And that silence was the final off-ramp. It was the last chance for any man to back away, to slip back through the trees and return to his family. In that quiet, what does a man think about? He doesn't think about labor law or economic theory. He thinks about the look on his wife's face that morning. He thinks about his daughter's worn-out shoes. He remembers the cold knot of shame in his stomach when he had to tell his family there was no food. Then, another set of images floods his mind. The sneering face of a deputy, the sight of a neighbor's furniture sitting in the rain, the memory of a beating behind the company store. This was the final crossroads, not an offer from the company, but a question each man had to ask himself. He weighed the two futures. One was a future of slow, grinding surrender, a life of accepting insults, of watching his family suffer, of dying a little inside each day. The other future was unknown, violent, and terrifying, but it was a future where he stood up. He wasn't choosing between peace and violence. He was choosing between two kinds of death, the death of the spirit or the risk of the death of the body. And then they heard it, a low, distant rumble. The sound grew, becoming the unmistakable growl of automobile engines. That sound shattered the silence and ended the debate. It was the sound of the enemy, confident and arrogant, coming to rub their noses in defeat. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation was burned away by that approaching sound. It was the final provocation. Along the hillside, you could feel the change. A man would shift his weight, settling the rifle stock more firmly against his shoulder. A thumb would quietly pull back a hammer, the soft metallic click barely audible. Eyes narrowed, focusing on the bend in the road. The final crossroads had been passed. The choice was made. The silence of peace was over, and the sound of the reckoning was on its way. The three black cars came around the bend, slow and arrogant. They looked alien against the green hills, like beetles crawling across a leaf. To the men watching from above, they weren't just vehicles. They were steel-skinned symbols of a power that had crushed them for a generation. As the convoy slowed for the railroad tracks, the air grew so tight it felt like the whole world was a clenched fist waiting to strike. Who fired first? The company swore it was an ambush, a cowardly volley from the trees. The miners swore a deputy in the lead car leveled his pistol, and a single sharp crack broke the morning peace. The truth was lost in the first echo, because that one shot was answered by a deafening chorus from the hillside. The argument that had raged for months in company offices and desperate tent camps was suddenly, permanently over. The time for talking was done. The world dissolved into noise. It wasn't the clean sound of a single shot, but a chaotic rolling thunder that battered the eardrums and shook the leaves from the trees. It was the roar of old hunting rifles, the heavy boom of shotguns, and the crack of pistols, all woven together into a single terrifying sound. The air filled with the sharp, bitter smell of gunpowder. Splinters of wood flew from the trees, and pockmarks appeared on the steel bodies of the cars as if from an invisible hailstorm. For each miner on that hillside, the world narrowed to a single point. It was the face of a man in a car, a man who represented the beatings, the evictions, the hunger. The kick of the rifle against a shoulder was a physical release of a year's worth of stored-up rage and helplessness. There was no strategy, no battle plan. There was only a raw, primal instinct to fight back, to finally answer force with force. Inside the cars, it was a trap. The world became a terrifying drumbeat of impacts against the metal frame. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One of the hated company guards in the lead car suddenly slumped forward without a sound. In another car, a company official cried out and went down. The illusion of their power, the authority that came from their guns and their money, was being shredded one bullet at a time. Then, almost as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The roaring faded into a few last, sporadic shots that echoed away into the mountains. A heavy, ringing silence rushed in to fill the void. Blue-gray smoke drifted through the trees, slowly clearing like a rising curtain. In the stillness, nothing moved. The birds were silent. The engines of the cars had stalled. A profound and terrible stillness had fallen over the choke point at the edge of Evarts. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, but it had changed everything. When the final tally was made, 4 men lay dead or dying on that dusty stretch of road. One of them was a miner, Jim Penland, who instantly became a martyr. The other 3 were from the company side. The convoy, shattered and bleeding, turned and fled in chaos, leaving their dead behind. The miners had held the ground. They had won the battle. For a long moment after the last car had vanished in a cloud of dust, nobody moved. The miners remained frozen on the hillside, phantom figures in the lingering gunpowder smoke. The only sound was the frantic ringing in their own ears. There was no cheering, no shouts of victory. There was only a cold, stark realization of what had been done. Below them, on the road, lay the undeniable proof. the still bodies, the abandoned cars riddled with holes. They had faced the monster, and for the first time they hadn't flinched. They had fired back, and they had won. But that feeling of grim triumph was fleeting, quickly replaced by a chilling clarity. They were no longer just striking miners fighting for a wage. In the eyes of the law, the company's law, they were now murderers. They had crossed a line from which there was no return. They knew what was coming next. The sheriff would raise a posse of every gun thug in the county. The governor would be called. The full, crushing weight of the state would descend upon these hollers with a singular purpose: to hunt them down. And just like that, the spell was broken. A low voice cut through the silence. "Scatter." It was all that was needed. The men didn't run in a panic. They simply faded back into the trees. They melted into the landscape that had birthed them, disappearing up hidden paths and secret ridgelines that no outsider could ever hope to find. They moved with the quiet certainty of men on their own ground, their retreat as disciplined and purposeful as their attack had been. They were now fugitives. The men who had stood as a defiant army just minutes before were now solitary shadows, making their way to hidden cabins and sympathetic farmhouses deep in the mountains. They would be hunted, but here, in the labyrinth of hills and hollows they called home, they stood a chance. The active battle was over. Their role as combatants had ended in the smoke and thunder of that brief, brutal firefight. Their new role was just beginning, that of the hunted. And the war for Harlan County had just entered its next bloody chapter. The bullets fired at Evarts didn't stop when they hit their targets. They traveled onward, invisible and deadly, tearing through the fabric of the entire community. While the men who fired the guns vanished into the mountains, their families were left behind, exposed and vulnerable on the battlefield of the aftermath. They were no longer just the wives and children of striking miners. They were the kin of wanted killers. Doors were kicked in during the dead of night. Women were dragged out and interrogated by deputies whose faces were twisted with a new, vengeful fury. The battle drew a line of blood straight through Harlan County, a line that could never be erased. Before, the division was between strikers and scabs, a bitter but familiar conflict. After, it was between the families of the dead and the families of the killers. Neighbor turned against neighbor, their shared hardships forgotten, replaced by suspicion and a thirst for vengeance. Friendships that had endured a lifetime were severed with a single, hateful glance across a muddy street. The community didn't just break, it shattered into 1,000 sharp-edged pieces. The men on the hillside had fought to reclaim their dignity, to push back against an oppressive power. But their act of defiance gave that power the perfect excuse to tighten its grip. The governor declared martial law. The Kentucky National Guard rolled into the county, their trucks and machine guns a clear message. This was no longer a labor dispute, it was an insurrection. The miners had wanted to free themselves from the company's control, but their actions had brought an even greater power down upon them all, turning their towns and hollers into an occupied territory. The victory on the road was paid for by the hunger in the camps. With the men in hiding, the last trickles of income dried up completely. The women were left to fend for their children in a world that now saw them as pariahs. The small charities and local sympathizers who had helped them before were now too frightened to offer aid. The cost of that brief, violent stand was measured in the bellies of hungry children and the desperate, haunted eyes of their mothers. The tragedy of Evarts wasn't confined to the 4 men who died. It was a slow, creeping tragedy that would stalk the families of the living for years to come. The state of Kentucky did not respond with understanding. It responded with handcuffs and indictments. Dozens of miners and union organizers were hunted down, arrested, and charged with murder and conspiracy. The iron machinery of the law, a power far more methodical and relentless than a posse of gun thugs, was brought to bear. These men, who had lived their lives by a simple, brutal code of honor, were now dragged into a world they didn't understand, a world of courtrooms, lawyers, and the foreign language of affidavits and statutes. The trials were a spectacle, a perfect illustration of the clash between two Americas. On one side stood the prosecution, funded by the coal operators and backed by the state, arguing points of law and presenting a clean, simple narrative of a cold-blooded ambush. On the other side stood a miner in a borrowed suit, his hands still bearing the calluses of the coal face. When he spoke, he didn't use legal terms. He spoke of starvation. He spoke of his children's hunger. He spoke of the endless provocations by the company guards. His defense wasn't written in a law book. It was etched on the faces of his neighbors. He was essentially saying, "They pushed us until we had no choice but to push back." In that courtroom, it wasn't just the men on trial, it was the mountain code itself. And the jury was made up of men who understood that code. They were farmers and small merchants from the surrounding counties. They may not have worked in the mines, but they knew the arrogance of the coal companies. They knew what a gun thug was. They heard the legal arguments, but they also heard the unspoken truth of the miners' testimony. They looked at the accused and didn't see killers. They saw men exactly like themselves, pushed to the absolute limit. And then came the verdict in the first major trial. Not guilty. The word landed like a thunderclap in the silent courtroom. It was a stunning, almost unbelievable victory. The state, with all its power and all its money, had failed to convince a jury of their peers that these miners were criminals. The verdict was a clear message from the community. The blame for the blood spilled at Evarts did not belong to the miners alone. It belonged to the system that had cornered them. Realizing they could never get a conviction, the prosecutors eventually dropped the murder charges against the remaining men. On paper, it was a victory for the Union, a moment of incredible triumph. But was it justice? The men were free, but the war was far from over. The gun thugs still patrolled the roads, the families were still starving, and the coal company's power, though challenged, had not been broken. The law had rendered its judgment, but the mountains had their own way of settling scores, and the violence in bloody Harlan was only just beginning. So, what became of the men who drove the convoy, the ones who held the whip hand? The law never came for Sheriff J.H. Blair. No grand jury ever convened to question the coal operators about the system of debt and violence they had created. While the miners were being hunted in the hills, the architects of their desperation sat safely in their offices, counting their profits and hiring more guards. The battle for them was not a tragedy. It was an inconvenience and a justification for even more brutality. In the immediate aftermath, their power seemed to grow. The presence of the National Guard gave them the cover they needed to systematically break the strike. Sheriff Blair and his deputies, far from being investigated, were emboldened. They now had a mandate to treat every Union man as a potential killer. The terror in Harlan County intensified, becoming a long, grinding war of attrition marked by ambushes and assassinations. For a time, it seemed the company had won an absolute victory. But history has its own form of justice, one that is often slow and ironic. By pushing the miners into open warfare, the operators had created a national spectacle. The name Bloody Harlan became a headline, a rallying cry for the labor movement across America. The stories of gun thugs and starving families brought congressional committees and federal investigators down into their closed kingdom. They had wanted to keep the Union out, but their methods put a spotlight on them so harsh that it eventually burned away the shadows they operated in. And Sheriff Blair, he became a symbol not of law and order but of corporate tyranny. Florence Reese, the wife of an organizer, wrote her defiant anthem, "Which Side Are You On?" while Blair's men were outside her house, ready to break in. The song outlived him. It outlived the mine operators. It became the voice of the struggle long after their names were forgotten footnotes. In the end, the company men won the battle and the immediate war, but they lost their anonymity. They had wanted to make an example of the miners, but in doing so, they had made a damning example of themselves. one that would be studied for generations as a lesson in greed and brutality. For the families of the men who fought at Evarts, the battle never really ended. A man's surname became his history, a brand that marked him and his children. For some, it was a badge of honor. They were the sons of the men who stood up. But for many, it was a curse. They found themselves blacklisted, unable to get work in any mine in the region. The only path forward was to leave. A quiet exodus began, as families packed what little they had and scattered, seeking a life in the factories of Ohio or the auto plants of Detroit, hoping to outrun the long shadow of a single day in May. The community itself tried to heal by forcing itself to forget. A heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the memory of the battle. People had to live together after all. The son of a miner who fought on the hillside might find himself working a shift next to the son of a company man who was in that convoy. To survive, they could not speak of it. The gunfight became a ghost, a presence that everyone felt but no one acknowledged. It was a peace built not on forgiveness, but on the shared conspiracy of never speaking its name, a wound that scarred over but never truly closed. The Battle of Evarts didn't bring the Union to Harlan. In fact, it kicked off the bloodiest phase of the Harlan County War, a brutal decade of assassinations and bombings. The operator's power seemed unbreakable, but the battle had changed something fundamental. It had proven that the miners would die before they surrendered completely. It had created martyrs. It had planted a seed of defiance that, watered with the blood of men like Jim Penland, would stubbornly refuse to die. When the New Deal and new federal laws finally gave the United Mine Workers the leverage they needed to come back into Harlan years later, they were building on the foundation laid at Evarts. The legends of that day were told in secret, inspiring a new generation to take up the fight. The power dynamic didn't shift overnight, but the battle was the first great crack in the dam. The gunsmoke cleared in a matter of minutes, but the shadow it cast would stretch on for generations, a constant, haunting reminder of the price of dignity. If you drive the road that runs through Evarts today, you can still find the spot. The pavement is wider now, the old railroad tracks long gone, but the shape of the land hasn't changed. The hillside still rises steeply from the road, a silent, green witness. There are no monuments here, no bronze plaques to mark the spot where the battle was fought. The only memorials are the ones you have to search for. A weathered tombstone in a small mountain cemetery, the name Jim Penland worn smooth by a century of rain and sorrow. The most enduring echo of that day is the name it gave the county. Before the battle, Harlan was just another coal county. After, it was forever Bloody Harlan. The name became a brand, a piece of American folklore. To the outside world, it was a shorthand for violence, poverty, and backwardness. But to the people within, it was something more complicated. A source of shame, yes, but also a badge of a certain stubborn, dangerous pride. It was a reminder that this was a place where men would not be pushed too far. The story of the battle itself left the pages of the newspapers and passed into legend. It became a ballad, sung not with guitars, but in the quiet telling of stories from grandfather to grandson on a front porch at dusk. In these tellings, the miners were always braver, the gun thugs more evil. The rumor of a machine gun hidden in the woods grew into an accepted fact. The battle became a modern-day Thermopylae in the mountains, a story told to teach the young what it costs to stand up for yourself. And its anthem, born from the terror that followed, became Florence Reese's immortal question: which side are you on? That question still hangs in the air in Harlan County. The coal companies may not hold the absolute power they once did, the gun thugs are gone, but the fundamental struggle remains. The fight against outside forces that seek to extract the wealth from the mountains while leaving the people with nothing is a story that has never ended. It just changes its name and its face. The spirit of defiance that rose up on that hillside in 1931 is still there, sleeping just beneath the surface. The men who fought at Evarts are all gone now. Their bodies returned to the same earth they once mined. But their ghost has not left these hills. It's in the stubborn set of a jaw when a man is told he can't provide for his family. It's in the fierce, protective love for this hard land. And it's in the understanding that sometimes, when you're pushed to the wall, the only answer the world seems to understand is the roar of a gun. So we return to the question that started it all, hanging in the smoky air of 1931. Was the Battle of Evarts a heroic last stand or a villainous ambush? The truth is, it was neither, and it was both. These were not heroes in shining armor. Their actions brought a reign of terror and hardship down on the very families they sought to protect. But they were not villains. They were the inevitable product of a cruel and calculated system. They were what Harlan County had made them. Desperate men who had been shown time and again that violence was the only currency the company truly respected. The Battle of Evarts is a timeless, brutal lesson in what happens when you push a people past the breaking point. It teaches us that you cannot strip a man of his home, his wages, and his hope, and expect him to bow his head in silence. Sooner or later, he will stand up. This wasn't a clash of armies. It was a clash of worlds. The cold, mathematical logic of profit ran headlong into the hot-blooded, unwritten code of the mountains, a code where a man's honor was worth more than his life. The 4 men who died that day were only the first casualties. The battle's true toll was measured in the years of fear, the families broken apart, and the legacy of bitterness that stained the ground for a generation. It stands as a monument, not of victory or defeat, but as a testament to the explosive power of wounded pride. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Harlan. A story not about a wage, but about what a man will do when his dignity is the last thing he has left to lose. On a cold autumn morning in 1927, the rising sun burned the mist off a treacherous mountain road known as Devil's Drop. It revealed a scene of brutal final silence. A Ford V8, its metal skin peppered with bullet holes, sat angled against a fallen tree. Beside it, his life staining the dark Carolina soil, lay William Bill Young, the undisputed king of the region's white lightning trade. His cargo of whiskey was gone. His life was gone. The mountains don't give up their secrets easily. The official law called it a bootlegger's quarrel and looked the other way. But this single act of violence didn't just end a man's life. It started a legend. It gave birth to a story of a love so powerful it refused to die, and a ghost that walks these hills to this very day. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of myth and memory to find the truth behind the haunting of Silver Creek Cemetery. To understand the ghost, you must first understand the man she mourned and the world he ruled. The 1920s in the Blue Ridge Mountains were a time of quiet defiance. For generations, turning corn into whiskey was a way of life, a craft that put food on the table when cash was a stranger in these parts. Prohibition wasn't a law to these people. It was a declaration of war from a distant government that neither knew nor cared about their struggles. In this world, William Bill Young was not just a criminal. He was royalty. He was the Prince of White Lightning. His stills were tucked away in rhododendron hells, so thick and tangled, no federal agent could ever hope to find them. And his product wasn't the harsh, blinding moonshine of cheap renown. It was smooth, clean, and powerful, a spirit sought by name in the fine parlors of Charlotte and Asheville. He was a folk hero, a handsome and charismatic figure who drove a Ford V8 modified to outrun any lawman on the twisting mountain roads. But Bill Young's greatest treasure wasn't his reputation or his souped-up engine. It was his wife, Eleonora. She was said to be a preacher's daughter from a neighboring valley, a woman with a gentle soul and hair the color of dark honey. Her quiet grace was the perfect counterpoint to his dangerous life. She was the calm at the center of his storm, the one person who saw the husband and the father, not the outlaw. Their love was a local legend in itself, as fierce and untamed as the landscape around them. In a life defined by risk, by late-night runs with no headlights, by the constant threat of the law and jealous rivals, Eleonora was his one safe harbor. She was the reason he came home. The small cabin they shared was a world away from the stills and the chases, a sanctuary filled with a love that felt unshakable. Yet, in those mountains, success casts a long and hungry shadow. Bill's legend grew, and so did the jealousy of other men. Whispers began to circulate about a new outfit, ruthless men from over the state line in Tennessee. They didn't follow the old codes of honor among moonshiners. They were profiteers who saw Bill's territory not as something earned, but as something to be taken. This was the unspoken vulnerability in their lives, the gathering storm on the edge of their perfect world, a threat that was closer than either of them knew. It was a local farmer on his way to market who found him, his mule stopping dead in the road, ears twitching at a scene that was deeply, horribly wrong. The unnatural silence was the first thing he noticed. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just the quiet hum of a world holding its breath. Bill Young's Ford V8 was a monument to the violence. Its shattered headlights stared blindly at the sky, and its dark paint was marred by a dozen jagged holes. The driver's side door was open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. The county sheriff, a man who knew these hills and its people, arrived an hour later. He meticulously walked the scene, his eyes missing nothing. The evidence told a story, but it was a fragmented one. The large oak tree blocking the road hadn't fallen by chance. He could see the fresh, clean cuts of an axe at its base. It was a classic ambush. He found spent rifle casings glinting in the dirt on the high bank of the road, suggesting the attackers had the advantage of cover and elevation. Bill's own pistol was clutched in his cold hand, all 6 rounds fired. He hadn't gone down without a fight. The ground itself held the most telling clues. In the damp earth, the sheriff could make out at least 3, maybe 4, distinct sets of boot prints, none of which belonged to Bill. They were heavy, purposeful tracks that spoke of men who moved with confidence. They had swarmed the car, and other tracks showed where they had hauled the heavy crates of liquor away, their trail leading to the edge of the woods before vanishing completely into the thick undergrowth. It was efficient. It was professional. But the scene was also a puzzle of contradictions. They had taken every last jar of whiskey, yet Bill's wallet, still thick with cash, remained untouched in his pocket. This wasn't a simple robbery by desperate men. This was a targeted strike, an execution designed to send a message. The chaos of the gunfire was followed by the cold, calculated logic of the theft. Who were these men who left money but took liquor? Who fought with such brutal finality? The crime scene on Devil's Drop spoke of a coordinated attack, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The gunshots had echoed through the holler and then been swallowed by the trees. The killers had materialized from the forest and then melted back into it, leaving behind a dead man, a bullet-riddled car, and 1,000 terrifying questions that began to spread like wildfire through the tight-knit mountain community. Now, in these hills, when a man like Bill Young is found dead, the first place you look is at the man who hated him the most. And in this case, that man had a name: Jedediah Jed Scoggins. Jed was a moonshiner of the old school. His still was a rusty, sputtering contraption that produced a liquor so harsh it was said you could peel paint with it. He was a bitter, solitary man, with eyes as hard as creek stones and a permanent scowl etched into his face. The bad blood between Jed and Bill ran deep, a classic mountain feud born not of land or family, but of pure, corrosive jealousy. They had come up in the trade together, but where Bill was an artist, Jed was just a cook. Bill's operation grew, his reputation soared, and his pockets grew heavy with cash. Meanwhile, Jed Scoggins stayed right where he was, brewing his gut rot for a handful of locals who couldn't afford better, watching Bill's fancy Ford V8 roar past his dilapidated shack. Every success of Bill's was another bitter pill for Jed to swallow. The tension had finally boiled over just a month before the ambush. The story is told that Jed Scoggins confronted Bill in the local general store, accusing him of stealing customers. Bill, with his easy smile, just laughed it off. He clapped Jed on the shoulder and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Now, Jed, there's a market for paint thinner and there's a market for fine whiskey. We ain't in the same business." The store erupted in laughter. For a man like Jed Scoggins, whose only currency was his pride, the public humiliation was a wound that would never heal. His face turned a deep, dangerous red, and he stormed out, muttering threats under his breath. So when the news of Bill's murder spread through the hollers, every eye turned to Jed. The sheriff paid him a visit first thing. Scoggins denied everything, of course, but his anger made him look guilty. Whispers solidified into what seemed like fact. A trapper claimed he'd seen Jed's beat-up truck parked in a thicket a mile from Devil's Drop the night of the killing. Others swore they'd heard him at the store just last week, telling anyone who'd listen that Bill Young's pride is gonna get him killed. For the community, and for the lawmen looking for a quick and easy answer, Jed Scoggins was the perfect suspect. He had the motive, the means, and a heart full of poison. But a bitter old man like Jed Scoggins was a known danger, a rattlesnake that warns you before it strikes. The truly terrifying poison is the kind you welcome into your own home. As the initial shock wore off, a second, more chilling suspicion began to take root, turning from the obvious enemy to the trusted friend. Caleb Vance. Caleb was Bill Young's right-hand man, his shadow. He was a younger cousin who Bill had taken under his wing years ago, teaching him every secret of the trade. Caleb knew the location of the stills, he knew the delivery schedules, and he knew the hidden compartments in the Ford V8. He was the one man on earth Bill trusted with his business, his life, and the safety of his wife, Eleonora. He was treated like a brother. No one suspected him, not at first. But loyalty, when starved of recognition, can curdle into ambition. Caleb was the one doing the back-breaking work in the humid hollows, while Bill was the one collecting the profits and the praise. He saw the life Bill had built, the respect, the fear he commanded, the money, and began to see it not as something to admire, but as something he deserved. More than that, people began to recall the way Caleb looked at Eleonora when Bill wasn't around. It wasn't the gaze of a protective cousin. It was the quiet, hungry stare of a man coveting something he could never have. With this new suspicion in mind, people's memories began to shift. His grief at the funeral, which had seemed so profound, now looked theatrical and hollow. He had been the one to help Bill load the car that fateful night, and folks remembered him arguing with Bill a week earlier, insisting that the old road was getting too much attention from the law and that the route through Devil's Drop was safer. Was it a helpful suggestion, or was he leading the lamb to the slaughter? The community was now faced with a far more terrifying possibility than a simple feud. Was Bill Young's death the result of a snake he had nurtured at his own hearth? But there was a third shadow lurking at the edges of this tragedy, a threat far bigger and more impersonal than a bitter old man or a jealous cousin. The world of bootlegging was changing. Big city money and organized crime were beginning to see the potential in the mountains, not as a place of tradition, but as an untapped resource. A different breed of predator was slipping through the gaps in the hills, men who didn't live by any mountain code. They were known only as the Tennessee outfit. They weren't moonshiners, they were businessmen, and their business was violence and consolidation. Their goal was simple: to control the entire flow of illegal whiskey from the mountains to the cities, cutting out the independent operators who had worked these stills for generations. In this new, brutal landscape, Bill Young wasn't just a competitor. He was an empire of one, an obstacle that had to be removed. Their motive was the coldest and cleanest of all: pure profit. They coveted Bill's pristine product, his well-established routes, and his list of wealthy clients. Taking him out wasn't an act of passion, it was a corporate takeover executed with rifles instead of contracts. They didn't want to just beat him, they wanted to absorb his entire operation, from the hidden stills to the last drop of whiskey. For weeks leading up to the murder, their presence had been felt like a change in the weather. Strangers had been seen in town, men in city hats with hard, watchful eyes, asking quiet questions about Bill Young's schedule. Cars with Tennessee plates were spotted on lonely back roads where they had no business being. The story circulated that one of these men had approached Bill with an offer: work for them or get out of the way. Bill, proud and fiercely independent, would have laughed in his face. It was a laugh that signed his own death warrant. This third possibility was, in many ways, the most frightening. Jed Scoggins and Caleb Vance were known devils. The Tennessee outfit was a faceless, nameless force, a killing machine that operated on the cold arithmetic of profit and loss. The sheriff, a man who trusted his gut, put all his energy into the clearest path. All signs pointed to the bitter, jealous heart of Jedediah Scoggins. A posse was formed, a dozen grim-faced men with shotguns and a cold sense of mountain justice in their eyes. For 3 days, they combed the unforgiving slopes of Scoggins' territory, fueled by the trapper's claim of seeing Jed's truck near the ambush site. They navigated briar-choked ravines and followed cold tracks through mist-filled hollows, certain that every step brought them closer to their man. They finally cornered him at his ramshackle cabin, expecting a desperate shootout. But what they found was anticlimax and confusion. Jed Scoggins wasn't armed and ready for a fight. He was laid up in a filthy cot, his leg crudely splintered and swollen to twice its normal size. He spat tobacco juice onto the floor and cursed them for fools. His alibi was ironclad and delivered by the one man in the county whose word was beyond question, the old doctor. The doctor confirmed he'd been at Jed's cabin the entire night of the murder, setting a nasty break after a tree-felling accident. Jed Scoggins, for all his venom, hadn't been anywhere near Devil's Drop. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin air. The sheriff then turned his attention to Caleb Vance. He questioned Bill's cousin for hours, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Caleb's story was seamless, his grief a perfect shield against any probing question. He expressed shock and sorrow that anyone could suspect him. Without a single piece of hard evidence, the whispers against him remained just that, powerless whispers. And as for the Tennessee outfit, they were smoke. The sheriff sent inquiries across the state line, but the men in city hats were ghosts. They had no names, no faces anyone could clearly recall, and had vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The investigation had hit a wall. Every trail had grown cold, every promising clue turned to dust in the sheriff's hands. The initial roar for justice in the community faded to a nervous, fearful murmur. The killer, it seemed, had gotten away clean. And if a man as powerful as Bill Young could be struck down so easily, then nobody was safe. In the days that followed the failed investigation, a new kind of quiet fell over the mountains. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an autumn evening. It was a cold, heavy silence, the kind that suffocates truth. The initial outrage over Bill's murder had curdled into something else. Doors that were once open were now bolted. Eyes that once met yours in greeting now slid away, finding a sudden interest in the dirt on the road. A curtain of unspoken agreement had been drawn across the community. This wasn't the silence of ignorance, it was the silence of fear. Raw, palpable fear. The logic was simple and brutal. If a man as powerful, as respected, and as feared as Bill Young could be gunned down on a public road, what chance did a simple farmer or a store clerk have? The killers hadn't just murdered a man, they had murdered the community's sense of security. They were still out there, unseen, their identities a terrifying mystery. To speak a name, to repeat a rumor, was to risk drawing their attention, and no one wanted to be next. But it was more than just fear. It was the code. For generations, these mountain folk had lived by their own laws, born of a deep and abiding distrust for any authority that came from outside their hills. Talking to a man with a badge, even a local one, was a violation of that code. It was inviting an outside world of courts and lawyers into their own business. The unspoken rule was clear. You see nothing, you hear nothing, and you know nothing. You handle your own affairs, and you let your neighbors handle theirs. The few who were thought to know something learned the power of this code very quickly. A man who had been seen talking to Bill just hours before the ambush suddenly became a pariah. His neighbors, men he'd known his whole life, suddenly had urgent chores to do when he approached. No threat was ever spoken aloud, none needed to be. The cold shoulders and the averted gazes were a message clearer than any gunshot. Stay quiet, or you're on your own. And so, the sheriff's investigation died, not from a lack of leads, but from a lack of voices. He would ask questions and be met with blank stares, polite deflections, and shrugged shoulders. The people of the valley had made a collective choice. They would bury the truth under the weight of their silence, hoping that if they didn't speak of the devil, he might just pass them by. The murder of Bill Young was now a closed book, locked tight by the fear of an entire community. Years slid by like water over stone. The murder of Bill Young became a cold case, then a local legend, a story to tell children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods after dark. The wall of silence held firm, and every single evening, Eleonora kept her vigil, her black-clad form becoming as much a part of the landscape as the ancient oaks in the cemetery. Her grief was a silent, unchanging monument. Nearly a decade after Bill's death, Eleonora's vigil finally ended. She passed away in her sleep one cold winter morning and was buried beside her husband, their story seemingly concluded. It fell to a distant niece, a young woman who barely remembered her famous uncle, to clear out the small Spartan cabin where Eleonora had lived out her last lonely years. While packing away old linens in a cedar chest, her fingers brushed against something hard tucked beneath a false bottom, a small, leather-bound journal. This was the clue that had been forgotten because no one knew it existed. It wasn't a diary of daily life. It was a testament of silent suffering, a record of the truth Eleonora was too terrified to speak aloud. The niece's hands trembled as she read the elegant, spidery script, the entries beginning the day after Bill's body was found. The journal revealed everything. It described how Caleb Vance, Bill's trusted cousin, had come to the cabin late on the night of the murder, hours before the body was officially discovered. He had told Eleonora that Bill was delayed on a run, but his story was a lie, and Eleonora had seen it. His boots were caked in the distinctive red clay found only on the road up Devil's Drop. There was a fresh, angry scratch on his cheek, and his hands, she wrote, would not stop trembling. He couldn't meet her eyes. When the news came the next morning, the terrible truth clicked into place in her heart. The journal laid it all bare, her agonizing suspicion that Caleb, driven by a poisonous mix of greed and ambition, had been the inside man. He had made a deal with the Tennessee outfit, giving them the route, the time, and the assurance that Bill would be alone. He had led his own cousin, his own blood, into a fatal trap. The discovery of that journal, a quiet voice from beyond the grave, didn't just point to a new suspect. It shattered the entire foundation of the mystery and screamed out the name of the true betrayer. The case of Bill Young was suddenly, violently alive again. The sheriff, now a much older man with the weight of years in his eyes, took the small leather journal from the nervous young woman. He opened it with a sense of weary duty, expecting the rambling thoughts of a grieving widow. But as he read Eleonora's precise, heartbreaking prose, the years fell away. He wasn't an old sheriff in a quiet office. He was back on Devil's Drop, smelling the gunpowder and the cold morning air. The words on the page were a voice from the grave, a testimony that time had not been able to silence. There, in Eleonora's own hand, was the key. Caleb Vance's visit, the red clay on his boots, the lie in his eyes. Armed with the truth that had been buried for a decade, the sheriff walked out of his office and down the main street. He found Caleb Vance where he always was, overseeing a small timber business he'd built on the ashes of Bill Young's empire. Caleb was heavier now, a respected man in the community, his past betrayal hidden behind a facade of quiet competence. The sheriff didn't raise his voice. He simply held out the open journal. "Eleonora kept a record, Caleb," he said, his voice low and steady. "She wrote it all down." At the sight of that familiar script, the mask that Caleb Vance had worn for 10 long years shattered. The color drained from his face. It wasn't the law that broke him. It was the ghost of the woman whose love he had craved and whose husband he had betrayed. In a torrent of words, the confession poured out of him, a decade of guilt and resentment. He had been the engine, and Bill had been the face. He had sweated over the stills while Bill collected the glory. He had watched Bill with Eleonora, a love so complete it left no room for anyone else, and the poison of jealousy had festered into a murderous ambition. His confession finally gave a name to the faceless external threat. He admitted to meeting with the Tennessee outfit, giving them everything they needed. He drew them a map of Devil's Drop. He told them the exact time Bill's Ford would round the tight bend. He assured them Bill would be alone and that the local law wouldn't look too hard into a bootlegger's death. It was the perfect crime, a partnership between inside knowledge and outside muscle. The full, horrifying truth was finally laid bare for all to see. It wasn't a feud with Jed Scoggins. It wasn't a random attack by outsiders. It was a cold-blooded pact, a conspiracy born in the heart of Bill Young's own family. Caleb Vance, the trusted cousin, had been the serpent in the garden. He had opened the gate and let the wolves in, all for a share of the profits and the empty hope that with Bill gone, Eleonora might finally see him. The central mystery was solved, and the answer was a betrayal so profound it was almost unthinkable. The man who had mourned the loudest at the funeral had been the one who orchestrated the killing. Now, with Caleb's confession echoing across a decade of silence, we can finally see the events of that night as they truly happened. We can go back to Devil's Drop and bear witness to the full, heartbreaking story. On that moonless autumn night, the engine of the Ford V8 was a low, confident rumble, the only sound in the sleeping hollow. Behind the wheel, Bill Young was in his element. The road was treacherous, the car was heavy with its precious cargo, but this was a dance he knew by heart. He was thinking of home, of the warmth of the fire, of Eleonora waiting. As he rounded the tight bend, his headlights caught the dark, solid line of the fallen oak. He slowed to a stop, his mind already working on the problem, a flicker of annoyance but not yet alarm. The alarm came a second later. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A subtle shift in the shadows on the high bank to his left, a glint of moonlight on something that shouldn't have been there. In that split second of cold realization, the night exploded. The silence was torn apart by a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. It wasn't just a gunshot, it was a volley, a deafening crackle of coordinated rifle fire. The passenger side window dissolved into a spider web of frosted glass. The sturdy metal of the Ford's door dimpled and tore as if struck by a violent, invisible hail. The world outside the car became a chaotic storm of noise and muzzle flashes, a hell of his cousin's making. Bill's hand instinctively went to the pistol he always kept by his side. Its single defiant bark was a lonely protest, a single note against a symphony of destruction. And then there was a sharp grunt, a sudden stillness behind the wheel. The last sound from him was the heavy thud of his body slumping against the driver's side door. His fight was over. The gunfire stopped. A profound, ringing silence descended, thicker and heavier than before. Shadows detached themselves from the tree line, solidifying into the shapes of men. They moved with a cold, detached efficiency. They didn't even glance at the figure in the car. Their focus was on the cargo. The back doors were pried open, and crate after crate of mason jars were hauled into the darkness. Their movements were swift, practiced, leaving no trace but their boot prints in the mud. When the last crate was gone, The men melted back into the woods as silently as they had appeared. They left behind a scene of chilling stillness. The shattered headlights cast jagged, broken beams into the darkness, like the eyes of a great beast that had been blinded. The air, once crisp with the scent of pine, now hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder. The only movement was a thin trickle of whiskey from a single shattered jar, its clear liquid mixing with the dark, damp earth in a final, wasted offering. The trial of Caleb Vance was more than a legal proceeding. It was a public reckoning, a final, painful chapter in a story that had haunted the community for a decade. The small county courthouse was packed to the rafters. Old men who had known Bill Young personally sat beside young people who had only ever heard his name whispered in ghost stories. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken history. Every person in that room, a silent juror in a trial that had been held in the court of public opinion for years. In the defendant's chair, Caleb Vance was a ghost of a man. The facade he had maintained for 10 years had crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell. He wasn't defiant. He didn't rage or deny. He simply sat there, his eyes fixed on the worn floorboards, as if he could see the faces of Bill and Eleonora in the grain of the wood. When the charges were read, conspiracy and murder, he showed no reaction, offering a quiet plea of guilty. His confession had been a dam breaking, and now there was nothing left inside him to fight with. The prosecutor, armed with Eleonora's journal, painted a devastating picture of betrayal. He read passages aloud, and the sound of the dead woman's words, filled with sorrow and suspicion, silenced the entire courtroom. He presented Caleb as a modern-day Cain, a man who had sold his own kin into a bloody ambush for a handful of silver and a sliver of power. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession absolute. The prosecution demanded the harshest penalty the law would allow. But this was Appalachia, and justice here has always been a complicated, tangled thing. Caleb's lawyer didn't argue his client's innocence. Instead, he argued his weakness. He portrayed Caleb not as the architect of the crime, but as a foolish, resentful young man who was manipulated and threatened by the faceless, ruthless Tennessee outfit. He argued that Caleb never fired a shot, that his guilt was in his silence and his cowardice, not in a direct act of murder. He was a pawn, the lawyer claimed, who had been sacrificed by the true kings of the bloody game. The verdict, when it came, felt both inevitable and unsatisfying. The jury found Caleb Vance guilty, but not of first-degree murder. They convicted him on charges of conspiracy and accessory to the crime. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in the state penitentiary. He was led from the courtroom in chains, his head still bowed, a man condemned to live with his ghosts in a cell of his own making. The community was torn. For some, it wasn't enough. 20 years felt like a pittance for the life of a man like Bill Young and the decade of sorrow that followed. But for others, there was a quiet, reluctant sense of pity. They saw Caleb not as a monster, but as another victim of the violent world they all inhabited. Justice, it seemed, had been served, but it brought no peace. The trial was over, but the arguments over its verdict would echo through those hills for another generation, a final, ambiguous chord in the tragic ballad of Bill Young. Caleb Vance's 20-year sentence was, in the end, a life sentence. He walked into the state penitentiary, and the mountains never saw him again. He was a quiet, broken prisoner, haunted not by the guards or the high stone walls, but by the ghosts he had carried with him from Devil's Drop. He died of pneumonia 12 years into his sentence, a man who had traded a kingdom of his own making for a 6-by-9-foot cell. His betrayal had gained him nothing but a lonely death far from the hills that he had stained with his cousin's blood. For Jedediah Scoggins, the verdict was a hollow victory. The law had cleared his name, but the whispers of the community were a judgment from which there was no appeal. He would forever be the man who was accused of killing Bill Young. The suspicion clung to him like a shroud, deepening the bitter lines around his mouth. He retreated further into his solitude, his only companions the bubbling of his still, and the corrosive memory of being judged for a crime he didn't commit. He lived out his days as an outcast, a testament to how an accusation, even when proven false, can leave a wound that never truly heals. And what of the Tennessee outfit, the faceless men who pulled the triggers? The law never touched them. But the mountains have a long memory and their own way of settling scores. Over the years, stories drifted back across the state line, whispered from one bootlegger to another. One of the ringleaders, it was said, drove his own car off a cliff on a road just as treacherous as Devil's Drop, his body found in a wreck of twisted metal. Another died in a suspicious fire at his speakeasy, consumed by the very enterprise he had killed for. And the last one, the man who had given the final order, was said to have gone mad, dying in an asylum, haunted to his last breath by the face of a man he'd murdered in the dark Carolina hills. The young niece who found the journal, the unwitting key to unlocking the truth, could no longer bear the weight of her family's history. She sold the small cabin and the land and moved away, seeking a life in a place where the name Young didn't carry the echo of gunfire and betrayal. She had given the dead a voice, but in doing so had silenced her own future in the mountains. The crime left a permanent scar on the community itself. The wall of silence had been shattered, replaced by a quiet, collective shame. The story of Caleb's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a dark lesson passed down through generations about how greed and jealousy could poison a man's soul and turn brother against brother. The events on Devil's Drop were no longer a mystery, but a wound in the valley's memory, a stark reminder that the deepest betrayals often come from those who stand closest to the fire. If you travel those winding Carolina roads today, you can still find the echoes of this story etched into the landscape and the memory of its people. The world has changed. The era of Prohibition is a dusty chapter in a history book, and the dirt track of Devil's Drop is now a paved county road. But the curves are just as sharp, the drop is just as steep, and the locals will tell you that on a moonless night, you drive it with your heart in your throat. The true heart of the legend, however, rests on a quiet hill overlooking the valley. Silver Creek Cemetery is still there, a peaceful, somber place. And in a quiet corner, you will find two simple, weathered granite stones standing side by side for nearly a century. William Young and Eleanora Young. Their names are faded, softened by years of wind and rain, but they remain. Sometimes, even today, you might find a single wild rhododendron blossom left on Bill's grave, a quiet offering from someone who knows the story and respects the vigil. But the facts of the case, the trial, the betrayal, the confession, have all faded into the background. What has survived, what has grown stronger with each passing year, is the ghost story. The memory of Bill and Eleanora is kept alive not in court records, but in the legend of the woman in black. To this day, people claim to see her. Teenagers on a dare will come home pale and shaken, swearing they saw a dark figure standing over the Youngs' graves, a figure that vanished when a flashlight beam touched it. Travelers on the road below still report hearing the faint sound of weeping carried on the wind when there is no wind to carry it. The story has become a part of the local folklore, as real as the mountains themselves. It's whispered around campfires, a ballad of love and loss that has transcended its violent origins. Old-timers say the mountains themselves hold the memory. The whisper of the wind through the pines is Eleanora's sigh. The sudden chill you feel near the cemetery is her sorrow. The world might forget the names and the dates, but the land does not. The story of the moonshiner and his eternally faithful wife is no longer just history. It is a permanent feature of this place, a ghost that walks these hills forever. We began this journey on a cold stretch of road with a bullet-riddled car and a question: what really happened on Devil's Drop? We found the answer, not in a heroic shootout, but in a sordid, quiet act of betrayal. A story of greed and jealousy, as old as the hills themselves. The law eventually found its man, and a measure of justice was served in a dusty courtroom. But that ugly human truth is not the story that has survived. This is the ultimate lesson of The Woman in Black. It is a story not about the brutal end of a man's life, but about the unending love of his wife. The community, bound by fear and a code of silence, allowed the facts of a murder to be buried. But through their whispers, their awe, and their respect for Eleanora's vigil, they resurrected a different kind of truth. They chose to remember the loyalty, not the betrayal. They chose to honor the love, not the violence. In the end, this is a ghost story that teaches us that some bonds are too strong to be broken by gunfire or the grave. It shows us how a deep and abiding love can become a legend, a story told to remind us that even in the darkest of times, loyalty is a light that can echo through generations. The law may have closed the case on Bill Young, but it was Eleanora's heart that wrote the final, enduring chapter. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name, Bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, it was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion. It was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler. It was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes, their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rule book. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder, it was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jet and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, the killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed, of the sitting sheriff, and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jett and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jett and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jett and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little Tsar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne. The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Hargis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little Tsar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Hargis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains. A warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Hargis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, his shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly. The newspapers called it the Fraterville mine disaster, a tragic number etched in history, 216 men and boys gone in an instant. But numbers are cold, and they can't tell you the real story. They can't describe what it's like to sit in absolute darkness, hundreds of feet underground, listening to the air run out as you write a final letter to your wife. They can't make you feel the horror of a father holding his dying son on his lap. They say it was an accident. But the true story of Fraterville isn't about the explosion that shook the earth. It's about what happened after, in the suffocating silence. Today, we're not just telling a story. We're going to listen to the voices of the dead, reading the last words they scratched onto paper from inside their own tomb. Imagine Fratterville, Tennessee, on the morning of May 19, 1902. It wasn't a town so much as a collection of wooden houses clinging to the hillsides, all painted the same color by the company, all breathing the same coal-tinged air. Life here was simple and hard, governed by the rising of the sun and the shriek of the mine whistle. The mountains of Coal Creek weren't just a backdrop. They were the provider and the master, giving families their daily bread from the dark seams of coal hidden in their belly. In these small homes, a familiar ritual played out before dawn. Wives rose in the dim light to stoke the fire and cook breakfast, the smell of biscuits and coffee mingling with the ever-present scent of coal dust. Men pulled on their stiff work clothes, their faces already smudged with the shadow of their trade. These were the moments that made up a life. A quick kiss goodbye at the door, a hand ruffling a child's hair, a promise to be home for supper. For the men of Fratterville, descending into the earth was as natural as breathing. Among them was Jacob Vowell, a 47-year-old man with the steady hands and quiet dignity of a veteran miner. He was a family man, respected in the community. Walking beside him was his 14-year-old son, Elbert. In those days, boys became men in the darkness of the mines, learning the dangerous trade from their fathers. For Elbert, working alongside his dad wasn't just a job. It was a rite of passage, a step into the world of men. They were part of a brotherhood of 216 souls that morning. Husbands, fathers, brothers, and sons, some boys no older than Elbert. They walked together toward the gaping mouth of the mine, their lunch pails clanking, their carbide lamps not yet lit. The air was cool, the sky was beginning to lighten, and the world above ground was waking up to a beautiful spring day. There was no sense of doom, no premonition of what was to come. It was just another Monday. They stepped onto the man trip, the string of open cars that would carry them down the sloping shaft into the heart of the mountain. The journey into the darkness was a daily routine, the familiar rumble of the wheels a mundane soundtrack to their lives. They joked and talked, their voices echoing briefly before being swallowed by the immense, earthy silence of the deep. But the mountain they trusted was holding a secret. Deep within the labyrinthine tunnels, a pocket of methane gas, odorless and invisible, was seeping from the coal seam. It was a time bomb, silently counting down. Every foot the men traveled deeper into the earth brought them closer to the moment when their ordinary world would be torn apart by a roar from hell itself. Deep inside the earth, the men worked in the flickering glow of their carbide lamps. The air was thick with the smell of damp soil and coal. The only sounds were the rhythmic scrape of shovels against rock and the metallic ring of pickaxes striking the black seam. And then, in one of the far-flung tunnels, it happened. A miner's open flame, the very tool that let him see in the dark, touched a pocket of invisible methane gas. In that single fatal instant, the air itself caught fire. The explosion wasn't just a sound. It was a physical force, a giant fist that punched through the mine's narrow arteries. It ignited the fine, suspended coal dust, creating a secondary, even more powerful blast that ripped through the tunnels at the speed of sound. A wave of fire and pressure shot outwards, snuffing out lamps and lives without distinction. For the men caught in its path, there was no time to scream. The world simply ceased to exist. On the surface, at 7:20 in the morning, the ground trembled as if a beast had woken from a long slumber. A deep, guttural roar erupted from the mouth of the mine, a sound that rattled windows and shook the very souls of the people in Fratterville. It was followed by a geyser of black smoke, splintered timbers, and mangled machinery that shot hundreds of feet into the sky. The mine, the town's source of life, was now breathing fire and death. Within moments, the routine of the morning was shattered by screams. Wives and children, their faces masks of terror, ran toward the mine entrance. But what they found was a vision from hell. The wooden structures of the tipple were engulfed in flames, and a thick, choking smoke billowed from the shaft, blocking any hope of entry. The force of the blast had not only sealed the entrance, it had destroyed the mine's massive ventilation fan. The lungs of the mountain had been ripped out. Deep inside, in the furthest reaches of the mine where the blast hadn't reached, a few dozen men were thrown to the ground. Their lamps were extinguished, plunging them into a darkness more profound than any they had ever known. The air thrummed, and then an unearthly silence fell. They were alive, but they were cut off. The air they were breathing was now a finite resource, a dwindling supply in a sealed stone coffin. The clock on their survival had begun to tick. In the absolute blackness, the survivors gathered. The thunder of the explosion had faded, replaced by a silence so deep it felt like a physical weight. The air, once merely damp and earthy, now carried a new taste, sharp and metallic. It was the taste of afterdamp, the poisonous cocktail of gases left behind by the blast. They knew what it meant. There would be no rescue. Death wasn't coming for them with fire and fury. It was seeping toward them, silent and invisible. In this moment, faced with the end, Jacob Vowell became their anchor. He didn't preach hope where there was none. Instead, he offered them a final, defiant purpose. He told any man with a pencil and a scrap of paper to write. Write to their wives, their children, their mothers. Write the words they would never get to say. In the suffocating darkness of their tomb, these men, whose hands were calloused from swinging a pickaxe, began the delicate work of writing their last goodbyes. Imagine the scene. A handful of dying carbide lamps cast a ghostly flickering glow, creating dancing shadows on the coal-black walls. The only sounds were the ragged coughing of men fighting for each breath and the soft, steady scratch of pencil lead on paper. Men leaned against the cold rock, trying to steady their hands, pouring a lifetime of love onto a few precious inches of paper. They weren't writing about death. They were writing about life, about the families waiting for them under a sun they would never see again. Jacob Vowell wrote to his Sarah, his words a simple, heartbreaking testament. Tell my little boys to be good boys and to trust in the Lord. He was a father to the very end. Beside him, his 14-year-old son Elbert, his strength failing, lay his head in his father's lap. In the dimming light, Jacob watched his son's breathing grow shallow, watched him drift into a sleep from which he would not wake. Then, with a hand that must have trembled, Jacob Vowell made one last entry in the margins of his letter. He didn't describe the horror. He wrote a sentence of pure, devastating fact. My boy Elbert has gone to sleep. He has been dead for a few minutes. It was a final act of a father recording his son's peaceful passage, a final whisper of love in a world that had turned to black. One by one, the lamps sputtered and died, plunging the chamber into a darkness that was total. The scratching of pencils ceased. The ragged breaths grew fainter, until at last there was only silence. On the bodies of the dead, pocket watches continued to tick for a few minutes more before they, too, stopped, their hands frozen on the final moment when the last bit of life-giving air was gone from the room. For 3 long days, Fraterville held its breath. The fire at the mine entrance was eventually smothered, but the mountain remained a sealed tomb. On the surface, a grim vigil of hope against reason took hold. Wives and mothers stood in small, silent groups, their eyes fixed on the smoking hole in the ground that had swallowed their world. The company brought in experts and rescue teams, made up of miners from neighboring towns, worked tirelessly, risking their own lives with every step they took into the poisoned darkness. The air inside was a killer, silent and patient. Rescuers had to work in short, desperate bursts, clearing rubble and shoring up collapsed tunnels, all while battling the suffocating afterdamp. With each foot they gained, the hope of finding anyone alive dwindled, replaced by the grim determination to at least bring the men home for a proper burial. They found the first bodies near the entrance, victims of the blast's initial violent fury. But the deeper they went, the more the destruction gave way to an eerie, undisturbed silence. Finally, they reached the crude barricade of rock and clothing. They knew men were behind it. Carefully, they dismantled the wall, stone by stone. The first beam of a rescuer's lamp cut through the darkness and fell upon a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. 26 men were lying on the ground. There was no sign of a struggle, no panic. They looked as if they had simply laid down to rest, many with their arms around each other in a final, brotherly embrace. And then they saw the letters. Tucked into pockets, clutched in hands, or placed carefully on their chests, were the final messages from the dark. As the bodies were solemnly carried out into the daylight, the news of the letters spread through the grieving crowd like a whisper. This tragedy now had a voice. These were not just numbers in a death toll. They were husbands and fathers who had spent their final moments thinking only of love. Fratterville had become a town of widows and orphans overnight. They say there weren't enough coffins in the county, and they had to be shipped in by the trainload, a final, heartbreaking measure of the town's immeasurable loss. There was no villain in a black hat to put on trial. There was only a company, a mountain, and 216 fresh graves. But the law demanded an answer, so a coroner's inquest was convened. It wasn't a grand trial in a stone courthouse. It was a proceeding held in the shadow of the disaster, a formal attempt to write the final chapter in the official record. For the widows of Fratterville, it was a desperate, flickering hope for accountability. For the Coal Creek Coal Company, it was a matter of containing the damage. Company officials and their lawyers spoke in measured tones. They offered condolences and expressed deep regret. They spoke of the inherent dangers of mining, of the unpredictable nature of the earth. The explosion, they argued, was a tragic accident, an act of God that no one could have foreseen or prevented. They presented charts and testimony from their own experts, painting a picture of a well-run operation that had simply fallen victim to a terrible misfortune. Against this polished defense, who was there to speak for the dead? The miners' letters were their final testimony, but they were testaments of love, not of legal negligence. The living miners in the community, the ones who would need a job when the grief subsided, knew better than to speak out against the only employer in town. To accuse the company was to risk your own family's survival. So they stayed silent, their anger and their knowledge of the mine's gassy reputation a heavy, unspoken secret in the room. The verdict, when it came, was as cold and hard as a seam of coal. The coroner's jury concluded that the miners had died from an explosion of methane gas and coal dust ignited by an open flame. But crucially, they assigned no legal blame. No charges were filed. The company was officially cleared of any criminal negligence. They offered recommendations for the future, the use of safer lamps, better ventilation, but these were suggestions, not punishments. Was this justice? The law of men, the formal system of courts and inquests, had spoken. It had rendered its verdict in clean, legal terms. The company was not a murderer, but a victim of circumstance. But for the people of Fratterville, for the women who now had to raise their children alone, the verdict was just another form of violence. It was a confirmation that the lives of their husbands and sons were worth less than the cost of implementing stricter safety measures. The company walked away free, ready to rebuild and reopen the mine. The town, however, was handed a life sentence of loss and unanswered questions. The inquest provided an official cause of death, but it offered no comfort and no justice. It was a quiet, brutal lesson in the way the world worked in 1902. The law protected property and profit, while the mountains kept the men. The town of Fratterville never recovered. It couldn't. How does a town built around 216 men continue to exist when they are all gone? It became a town of shadows, a community of widows and orphans, where the sound of the mine whistle was replaced by a profound and lasting silence. In time, families moved away, houses fell into disrepair, and Fratterville, the bustling coal town, slowly faded from the map, becoming little more than a name in a history book. But the story didn't vanish completely. It's carved in stone. If you know where to look, you can still find the Leach Cemetery. There, in a large grassy circle, lie the graves of many of the miners. It's known as the Fratterville Miners' Circle, a silent, circular monument to a shared fate. Walking among the headstones is a chilling experience. Name after name, all followed by the same date of death, May 19th, 1902. It's a physical ledger of the price paid for coal. And yet, the most powerful trace of that day isn't made of stone. It's made of paper and pencil lead. The letters, Jacob Vowell's final words to his Sarah, Eugene Daniels's prayer for his children, they survived. They were carefully passed down, preserved in archives and museums, their faded script a direct line to the heart of the tragedy. They are not just historical artifacts, they are sacred relics. When you read them, you are no longer a spectator to history. You are in that darkness with them, listening to the very last words of men who knew they were about to die. The mine itself is long gone, its entrance sealed over, reclaimed by the patient green of the mountains. Most people who drive those Tennessee roads today have no idea they're passing a place where an American tragedy unfolded. But the mountains remember. They hold the silence of that sealed-off tunnel, the weight of the grief that soaked into this soil. They remember the roar, the smoke, and the long, agonizing wait that followed. And they hold the echoes of the last words scratched out in the dark, a story of love that proved stronger than the stone that entombed it. So we return to the question we started with. What really happened in the Fratterville mine? An explosion killed 216 men. That is the fact. But it is not the truth. The truth is that in the final suffocating moments of their lives, a handful of ordinary men faced the end not with rage or panic, but with a quiet, heartbreaking dignity. They chose to spend their last ounce of life and breath not on themselves, but on sending one last message of love out of the darkness. The Fratterville disaster is a story of industrial negligence, a brutal lesson paid for in blood that would slowly, painfully lead to safer mines for future generations. But its truest legacy is not found in safety regulations. It's a lesson in what matters at the very end of everything. It teaches us that the human spirit, when stripped of all else, will reach for connection, for family, for love. In the blackest pit, these men found a light inside themselves and sent it outward. Their bodies were buried in the Tennessee earth over a century ago, their towns swallowed by time. But their final words, scratched onto scraps of paper, have traveled through the years to find us. The mountain took their lives, but it could not silence their love. It couldn't bury their story. Imagine a man standing on the gallows, a crowd of thousands watching his every move. He is not pleading for his life, not trembling in fear. Instead, he calmly inspects the hangman's rope and, finding it lacking, reties the knot himself to ensure a quick death. And then, from under the black hood, his own voice rings out, giving the final terrible command to spring the trap. This wasn't just an execution. It was a legend being born in blood and hemp on a hot Kentucky afternoon in 1895. The man was Bad Tom Smith, the most feared gunman in one of Appalachia's deadliest feuds. But was the man who gave the order to end his own life a truly repentant soul? Or was he the ultimate performer, staging his own death to cheat the devil one last time? Today, we will separate the rumors from the facts and find out what really happened on that fateful day. Before the name Bad Tom Smith was ever whispered in fear, and long before blood stained the creek beds, there was a different Perry County. To understand the storm, you must first know the quiet world it destroyed. This was a land carved by God's own hand and forgotten by nearly everyone else. Life here was measured not by the clock, but by the slow turning of the seasons. Mist hung low in the hollows at dawn, the ring of an axe echoed for miles through the dense woods, and the only law that truly mattered was the one passed down from father to son. The people of these mountains were a stubborn and proud stock, descendants of pioneers who had spilled their own blood to claim this rugged paradise. The Civil War had left scars deeper than any ravine, splitting families and neighbors into Union and Confederate camps, wounds that refused to heal a generation later. A man's loyalty wasn't to some far-off government, but to his kin, to his clan. Justice was a personal affair, and an insult to one's family was a debt that would one day be paid in full. They worked the land, hunted for their meat, and asked for little more than to be left alone. At the center of this world, like a great old oak, stood Colonel Fulton French. A Confederate veteran with a commanding presence, he was the patriarch of the old ways. He controlled the timber, and in doing so, he controlled the livelihoods of hundreds of men. He was a man of immense personal loyalty, respected by his allies and feared by his enemies. To his followers, he was the protector of their traditions, the last bastion against a changing world that they neither understood nor trusted. His word was bond, and his authority was absolute. But a new wind was blowing through the mountains, and its name was Joseph C. Eversole. A sharp-witted lawyer and a Union man, Eversole saw a different future for Perry County. He didn't see an isolated kingdom to be preserved. He saw untapped wealth. He saw the thick seams of black coal sleeping beneath the hills and the endless stands of virgin timber. He was the voice of progress, the man who spoke with railroad agents and northern investors, promising them a fortune and promising his followers jobs, schools, and a modern way of life. For a time, these two forces existed in a state of tense equilibrium. They were like two bull elks circling each other, sizing each other up. The conflict played out not yet with rifles, but in courthouse elections, in land deeds, and in whispered arguments at the general store. The county was slowly, inexorably dividing. You were either a Frenchman or an Eversole man. There was no middle ground. Every handshake, every business deal, every marriage was weighed on this scale. And all the while, the true cause of the coming war was drawing closer. It came in the form of men with strange accents carrying surveying equipment, marking lines on trees that had stood for 1,000 years. It came in the form of legal papers covered in fine print that local farmers couldn't read. The outside world had finally discovered the riches of Appalachia, and it was coming to claim them. Little did they know that the modern world would not just be knocking at their door, it would be kicking it down, and the fire it started would consume them all. The dirt of Perry County held more than just coal and timber. It held generations of memory, and much of that memory was written in blood. The first white settlers to push into these narrow valleys were Revolutionary War veterans, given land grants for their service. They were men who had already fought a king and won, and they carried that fierce independence into the wilderness. The land wasn't bought, it was tamed. It was a birthright earned with an axe, a plow, and a long rifle. A man's deed was often written not in ink, but in the memory of his children, a boundary marked by a certain lightning-scarred oak or a bend in the creek. But the deepest crack in this foundation was blasted open by the Civil War. Kentucky, a border state, was a land of divided hearts, and nowhere was the split more vicious than in these mountains. Brother literally fought against brother. When the war ended, the soldiers returned, but the animosity did not. They went back to plowing the same fields and walking the same paths, but now they were forever branded. You were either a Reb or a Yankee. Fulton French had been a colonel in the Confederate Army, a leader of men who fought for the Old South. Joseph Eversole, by contrast, was a staunch Unionist, a man who believed in the power and authority of the federal government. The war didn't end at Appomattox for these men, it just went quiet for a while. The French Eversole War was not a new conflict, it was the Civil War reignited, a smoldering ember fanned into a raging inferno by the winds of greed. The fight over timber and coal was just the surface. Beneath it lay the raw, unhealed wound of that older war, a deep well of bitterness and suspicion that poisoned everything it touched. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy burden, a thing that defined you from the cradle to the grave. It carried a history of pride, duty, and sometimes a legacy of hate. To stand with Fulton French meant you believed in the old ways, in a man's right to settle his own scores without interference from a distant government. It meant your loyalty was to your kin first, your neighbor second, and the law a distant third. To side with Joseph Eversole meant you saw the law as a tool, a way to build a future, and you saw the old clan system as a roadblock to progress. It was a clash not just of men, but of worlds, and the ground had been prepared for it by 100 years of history. Long before the first ambush, the war was fought with whispers. In a place with no newspapers to speak of, and where news traveled by horseback, rumor was a powerful and dangerous weapon. The front porch of the general store, the smoky interior of the blacksmith shop, the churchyard after Sunday service, these were the battlefields. Every land sale, every new hire at the timber mill, every drunken brawl was picked apart and analyzed. Was he one of ours or one of theirs? A simple greeting could be mistaken for a threat, and a cold shoulder could be seen as a declaration of war. Into this poisoned atmosphere stepped the enforcers, the men who turned whispers into action. For Fulton French, that man was Tom Smith. Smith wasn't just a supporter, he was the physical embodiment of French's will. With eyes as cold as a mountain stream in winter and a reputation for being able to shoot the eye out of a squirrel at 100 yards, his presence was enough to intimidate jurors and silence witnesses. He was a walking, breathing threat, the human weapon that kept French's enemies in line. On the other side, Joe Eversole had his own men, often deputized lawmen, who used the color of law to serve their faction's interests. The county sheriff himself, a man beholden to Eversole, became a piece on the chessboard, his badge used to harass French's allies and protect Eversole's. The tension had already boiled over in smaller, uglier ways. Just a year before the killing started in earnest, there had been a bitter election for county judge. It was a contest of threats and bribes, not policies. Men loyal to French stood outside polling places, their rifles held casually but with clear intent. Votes were bought with moonshine and promises of work. When the Eversole-backed candidate won by a narrow margin, the French faction declared it stolen. A fistfight on the courthouse steps escalated until pistols were drawn, and only the intervention of cooler heads prevented a massacre right then and there. The incident was smoothed over, but the wound festered. This climate turned everyday disagreements into deadly feuds. A dispute over a line fence between two farmers became a proxy war for the entire county. One farmer was a French man, the other an Eversole man. Soon, the rumor spread that one had deliberately poisoned the other's livestock. Then came the story of a barn being set on fire in the dead of night. There was no proof, only suspicion. But in the paranoid hollows of Perry County, suspicion was as good as a conviction. Friends stopped speaking, families split, and the entire community began to look at their neighbors not as people they'd known their whole lives, but as potential enemies in a war that everyone felt was coming. In the months leading up to the first killing, a deep sense of dread settled over the county, a feeling as thick and suffocating as the summer fog. The old folks, the ones who could still read the signs in the woods and the sky, saw the omens everywhere. A hoot owl, a creature of the night, was heard crying in the broad daylight from a dead chestnut tree, a sure sign that a death was coming to the hollow. The women whispered of dreams of muddy water and of snakes coiled in their path. The mountains themselves seemed to be holding their breath, the familiar sounds of the forest replaced by an unnatural quiet, as if all of creation was waiting for the first crack of a rifle. The human omen soon followed. Strangers began to appear in Hazard, men in city clothes with hard eyes who looked as out of place as a preacher in a saloon. They were hired guns, detectives from the Pinkerton Agency, brought in by Eversole's faction to protect their business interests and intimidate their rivals. They didn't operate by the Mountain Code of Honor. They operated for cash. They carried new, repeating rifles and spoke in cold, clipped tones. Their arrival was a clear signal. This was no longer a local dispute. The power of outside money and industry had now thrown its weight into the fight, and it had brought its own professional killers. This changing tide was felt most deeply by the women. They saw it in the faces of their husbands and sons. They saw the way their men would stop talking when they entered a room. They noticed the extra care being taken to clean a rifle that was already spotless, the quiet stockpiling of ammunition. There was a new tension in the air, a grim purposefulness that had replaced the old simmering anger. A premonition of dread, cold and sharp as a knife's edge, ran through every household. The time for threats and posturing was over. The omens had all been given. The only thing left was for the first shot to be fired. The simmering hatred finally boiled over in the summer of 1887. The spark that lit the fuse was not a land dispute or a drunken brawl, but a calculated public assassination designed to cripple the Eversole faction at its heart. The target was Nicholas Goose Combs, the Perry County Circuit Court clerk and a key lieutenant, as well as a kinsman to Joe Eversole. Combs was the man who controlled the official paperwork, the legal machinery of the county. Killing him wasn't just murder, it was an act of political terrorism. It happened in broad daylight, right on the courthouse square in Hazard. As Combs left the building, a volley of rifle fire erupted from a nearby building. Men from the French faction had laid in wait, turning the seat of county justice into a killing ground. Combs was hit multiple times, falling to the dusty street as townspeople ran for cover in a panic. The assassins made no attempt to hide their faces. This was a message delivered in smoke and lead for all to see. They were declaring that Eversole's legal authority was meaningless, and that the only law that mattered now grew from the barrel of a gun. When the news reached Joe Eversole, any hope for a peaceful resolution died with his kinsman. The grief was immediate, but it quickly hardened into a cold, diamond-hard resolve. This was a direct challenge to his power, his family, and his life. To let it go unanswered would be a sign of weakness that would finish him in the mountains. He would not back down. He would meet fire with fire, blood with blood. The law had failed to protect his man. Now he would rely on his own form of justice. The county fractured overnight. Warrants were issued for the known assassins, but they were worthless pieces of paper. The killers simply melted back into the hollows, protected by Fulton French and his clan. Men who had once gone to town with only a pocket knife now openly carried Winchester rifles. The roads became unsafe, travel between hollows a dangerous gamble. Neighbors who had shared corn liquor now stared at each other over rifle sights. The time for whispers was over. The first drops of blood had been spilled on the courthouse steps, and it was a promise of the river that was to come. A line had been crossed from which there was no retreat. From that moment on, the war was open and declared. The ancient mountain code had taken over completely. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. And Joe Eversole now had a debt to collect. For over a year, the war raged, a series of brutal skirmishes and back-alley assassinations. Joe Eversole, now a hunted man, rarely traveled without a contingent of armed guards. But in the mountains, no man is ever truly safe. On May the 4th, 1888, Eversole made a fateful journey, riding with several of his men along a narrow trail that snaked beside a creek. It was a place where the rhododendron grew so thick it could swallow a man whole, a place perfectly designed for an ambush. The sun was warm, the birds were singing, and for a fleeting moment, it might have felt like peace. But shadows were watching from the ridge above. Without warning, the quiet afternoon exploded in a symphony of death. A single heavy rifle crack echoed from the hillside, sharp and final. Eversole's horse reared violently as its rider was jolted backward in the saddle, his body suddenly limp. Before his guards could even process what had happened, a second volley of gunfire tore through their ranks. It was a perfectly executed trap. The assassins were invisible, hidden behind rocks and trees, firing down into the trail with murderous precision. The air, once filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, now tasted of gunpowder and finality. One of Eversole's men, a man named Allen, saw his leader pitch forward and fall from his horse, landing in the shallow waters of the creek. The fight was over before it had even begun. The surviving guards returned a panicked, useless fire into the dense woods, their bullets thudding harmlessly into tree trunks. They were firing at ghosts. The men on the ridge held their fire, their work done. They had struck the head of the snake. Joe Eversole, the lawyer, the politician, the man who dreamed of a new Appalachia, lay still in the very land he had fought so hard to control. Among the shadows on that ridge, one man's name would be whispered above all others. While many rifles had fired, the first shot, the one that found its mark with such deadly accuracy, was said to have come from the Winchester of Tom Smith. He was not just a participant. He was the tip of the spear, the instrument of Fulton French's vengeance. He had become the living embodiment of the feud's brutality, a man whose name was now synonymous with death itself. The most chilling image from that day was not one of violence, but of its aftermath. When the gun smoke cleared and the assassins had melted back into the wilderness, all that remained was the unnatural silence. A riderless horse, eyes wide with terror, galloped back towards Hazard, its empty saddle telling the entire story. The surviving guards, stunned and broken, gathered what was left of their leader and began the slow, grim journey back to town, carrying the news that would plunge the entire county into a new level of darkness. The word spread like a fever. They got Joe. Eversole is dead. The news traveled from cabin to cabin, a shockwave of fear and grim satisfaction. For the Eversole faction, it was a devastating blow, a loss that seemed to signal the end of their cause. For the French faction, it was a triumphant victory, a reassertion of the old mountain law. But for the state of Kentucky, it was the final straw. This was no longer a local feud. It was an open insurrection. The assassination of a prominent political figure in broad daylight could not be ignored. The governor called out the state militia, and the full weight of the law began its slow, grinding turn towards Perry County. And at the top of their list of wanted men, circled in red, was the name of the man who they believed had pulled the trigger: Bad Tom Smith. To understand what went through Tom Smith's mind as he lay on that ridge, you must first throw away every modern notion of law and justice. In his world, Joe Eversole was not a fellow citizen with a different political opinion. He was a foreign invader. Eversole was the face of the slick-talking lawyers who used indecipherable documents to steal land from men who could only sign their name with an X. He was the agent of the coal companies that would tear the tops off their sacred mountains and turn their clean creeks black with slag. In the twisted logic of the feud, killing Joe Eversole wasn't murder. It was an act of war, the righteous removal of a mortal threat to his entire way of life. The switch didn't flip for Tom Smith in a moment of white-hot rage. It had been flipped years ago when he pledged his rifle and his life to Fulton French. He was a soldier, and French was his general. His internal monologue wasn't one of hatred, but of cold, grim duty. As he watched Eversole ride into the kill zone, there was no emotional storm. There was only the calm, practiced focus of a master hunter. The wind, the distance, the lead on a moving target, these were the things that occupied his mind. He was an instrument of the clan's will, and in that moment, as he slowly squeezed the trigger, he felt a sense of profound purpose. He was correcting an imbalance, restoring the natural order of the mountains with a single, perfectly placed shot. After the deed was done, there was no rush of guilt, no haunting remorse. There was only the metallic taste of triumph. He had done his job. He had proven his loyalty. He had removed the enemy. For a fleeting moment, lying there in the woods as the echoes of the rifles faded, he might have felt a deep, chilling satisfaction. But that feeling would have been quickly replaced by something else, the cold, pragmatic reality of survival. He was now the most wanted man in Kentucky. His old life was over. He was a ghost, a phantom who would have to live in the deepest shadows of the mountains he had just fought to defend. The satisfaction of the kill was gone, replaced by the grim calculation of the hunted. And that, in its own way, is the most terrifying thing of all, not a man who kills in a fit of passion, but one who does so as a matter of principle and then calmly deals with the consequences. When the body of Joe Eversole was carried back into Hazard, laid across a horse like a freshly killed deer, a deathly quiet fell over the town. There were no cries of outrage, no shouts for vengeance, just a deep, collective intake of breath. It was the silence of shock, the silence of a people who knew that a final line had been crossed and that the world they had known was gone forever. The gaping wound in Eversole's body was a wound in the heart of the community itself, a tear in the fabric of their lives that could never be mended. For the surviving members of the Eversole faction, grief was a luxury they could not afford. Their leader was gone, but their fight was not. His death did not break them. It forged them into something harder and more ruthless. Vengeance became their new creed. They no longer spoke of progress or the law. They spoke of blood for blood. They organized, armed themselves, and began their own patrols, their eyes burning with a cold fire. They were no longer just a political faction. They were a hunting party, and they had only one prey in mind. But their prey was a ghost. In the immediate aftermath of the ambush, Tom Smith vanished. The mountains that had been his cradle and his home now became his sanctuary. He knew every hidden path, every forgotten cave, every dense thicket where a man could disappear. He moved like a shadow through the deep woods, supported by a network of French loyalists who saw him not as a murderer, but as a hero. They left food for him under designated rocks, passed whispered messages through their children, and met any questions from outsiders with a blank stare and a shrug. Tom Smith was everywhere and nowhere, his legend growing with every failed attempt to find him. The news of Eversole's assassination reached the state capital in Frankfurt like a thunderclap. The governor, tired of the endless headlines about the dark and bloody ground, had finally had enough. This was no longer a county matter. It was an act of open rebellion against the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He called up the state militia. Within weeks, men in crisp blue uniforms, armed with modern rifles and the full authority of the state, arrived in Hazard. They were an occupying army, outsiders who understood nothing of the tangled web of kinship and loyalty that defined the mountains. They were there with a single purpose: to crush the feud and capture the man who symbolized its savagery. The official hunt began. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Tom Smith for the murder of Joe Eversole. His name and description were printed on wanted posters, promising a substantial reward for his capture, dead or alive. These posters were nailed to courthouse doors, general store walls, and any tree big enough to hold one. A price was put on his head, turning loyalty into a commodity and friendship into a potential betrayal. The manhunt wasn't just a legal procedure. It was a declaration of war by the state against the old mountain code, and Bad Tom Smith was now the most famous outlaw in Kentucky. The murder of Joe Eversole was like a boulder dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and hatred spread to every corner of Perry County. The community didn't just fracture, it shattered. The general store, once a place for idle gossip and checker games, became a tense, silent space where men from opposing factions would stand on opposite sides of the room, their hands never straying far from the pistols tucked in their belts. Even the church, the one place that was supposed to unite them, was split down the middle. Families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, praying to the same God for the destruction of their neighbors. When the state militia arrived, they expected to find a populace eager for justice. Instead, they hit a wall of silence, a conspiracy of fear as solid and impenetrable as the mountains themselves. These lawmen were outsiders, foreigners, and the mountain people closed ranks against them. Men who had surely seen Tom Smith and the other assassins heading towards the creek that day suddenly developed convenient lapses of memory. Farmers who knew the secret paths through the woods would give the soldiers intentionally bad directions, sending them on useless chases into impassable thickets. This silence wasn't born of loyalty alone. It was cultivated by terror. Everyone knew the reach of Fulton French and his clan. To be seen talking to a militiaman was to mark yourself as a traitor. It meant risking your hay barn being burned in the dead of night, your livestock being found dead in the field, or worse. The fear was a physical presence, a cold knot in the stomach of every man and woman who knew a piece of the truth but was too terrified to speak it. They were caught between the distant threat of the law and the immediate personal threat of their neighbors. Yet, even in this poisoned atmosphere, there were small, quiet acts of courage. A widow, whose husband had been an Eversole man, would leave a jar of milk on the porch of a neighbor she knew was hiding one of the fugitives, an unspoken plea for peace. A doctor, under the cover of darkness, would tend to a wounded man from the wrong side, honoring his oath over the demands of the feud. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. A man would provide a false alibi for one of the killers, lying under oath to settle an old debt or save his own skin. The feud forced everyone to make a choice, and in doing so, it revealed the true character that lay hidden beneath the surface of their ordinary lives. The hunt for Bad Tom Smith was not a single, organized posse. It was a three-headed beast. First, there were the state militia, disciplined but clumsy. Outsiders who stuck to the main roads and were easily led astray by false trails. Then came the private detectives, the Pinkertons, hired by what was left of Eversole's allies. They were professionals, cold and methodical, who operated with money and informants. But the most dangerous hunters were the third group, the kinsmen of Joe Eversole, mountain men themselves, their hearts fueled by a white-hot need for vengeance. They didn't need a map. The terrain was etched into their bones, and they weren't hunting a criminal. They were hunting the man who had murdered their own. For years, this relentless pursuit played out across the rugged face of eastern Kentucky. It was a grueling, frustrating war against a phantom. The mountains, which had always been Tom's home, now became his fortress. He was a master of their secrets. He could live for weeks on what he could carry in a satchel and kill with his rifle. He slept in rock shelters, where panthers once denned and drank from springs known only to the oldest hunters. The search parties would find his trail, follow it for days through sucking mud and impenetrable laurel thickets they called laurel hells, only to find a still warm campfire and the faint scent of wood smoke on the wind. He was always one step ahead. The chase wore down the hunters as much as the hunted. They were city men in a primal world, plagued by copperheads, sudden freezing rains, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every snap of a twig sounded like the cocking of a rifle. Tom Smith became larger than life, a boogeyman the militia whispered about around their fires. Stories spread that he could appear and disappear at will, that the woods themselves were protecting him. In truth, it was the people who were protecting him, the silent, tight-lipped clan who would rather die than betray their own. But time, like water, wears away even the hardest stone. The reward money grew larger, a tempting fortune in a land of desperate poverty. The constant pressure from the state wore down the French faction's resolve. After nearly 7 years on the run, the wall of silence finally cracked. A tip, bought and paid for with state money, led a posse of lawmen to a remote cabin deep in the hills of neighboring Breathitt County. They surrounded the cabin at dawn, rifles ready, expecting a bloody shootout, a final blaze of glory for the legendary gunman. The sheriff called out his name, his voice echoing in the morning stillness. There was a long, tense silence. But instead of a hail of bullets, the cabin door creaked open. A man stepped out onto the porch, blinking in the new light. He was gaunt and bearded, his clothes worn to rags. The fire was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, profound weariness. It was Bad Tom Smith, but he was a shadow of the fearsome enforcer they had hunted for so long. He held no rifle, only a strange look of resignation. The hunt was over, not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs around wrists that no longer had the strength to resist. The trial of Bad Tom Smith in the spring of 1895 was a spectacle. The town of Hazard swelled with people, a volatile mix of the curious, the vengeful, and the fearful. Armed guards from the state militia were posted on the rooftops surrounding the courthouse, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear warning that any attempt at a rescue or an assassination would be met with overwhelming force. Inside the stuffy courtroom, the air was thick with tension. On one side sat the prosecutors, lawyers from Frankfurt, who saw this as a chance to finally tame the wild mountains. On the other, Tom Smith sat quietly, flanked by his court-appointed attorney, looking more like a tired farmer than a notorious killer. The prosecution built its case with eyewitnesses who had for 7 years been too terrified to speak. One by one, men who had been with Eversole that day took the stand, their voices sometimes trembling, and pointed a finger at Tom Smith. They told of the ambush, the crack of the rifles, the fall of their leader. But the defense lawyers were cunning. They attacked the credibility of the witnesses, painting them as biased members of the Eversole faction with their own scores to settle. They argued that in the chaos of the ambush, no one could have possibly identified a single shooter hidden on a wooded ridge 100 yards away. The most damning testimony came from within the French faction itself. Men who had once been Smith's comrades, now facing their own charges or tempted by offers of immunity, took the stand against him. They testified that Smith had bragged about the killing, that he had described it in detail, claiming the first and fatal shot as his own. As they spoke, Smith watched them with a look that was not of anger, but of a quiet, weary contempt. It was the look of a man who understood the final, bitter truth of the mountain code. Loyalty lasts only as long as it is convenient. Throughout the trial, Tom Smith himself remained a silent, stoic figure. He never took the stand in his own defense. He watched the proceedings with a detached calm, as if he were observing a play in which he was merely an actor. There was no defiance, no remorse, just a profound and unsettling acceptance of his fate. It was as if he knew, long before the jury did, how this story had to end. After days of testimony, the jury, a group of men carefully selected from a neighboring county to avoid bias, filed out. They returned in less than an hour. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and in a voice that barely rose above a whisper, pronounced the single word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the courtroom, gasps of relief from Eversole's kinsmen, quiet curses from French's. The judge, his face grim, sentenced Bad Tom Smith to be hanged by the neck until dead. There was no outcry, no appeal. This wasn't the justice of the mountains, settled with a rifle. This was the cold, impersonal justice of the state. And it was final. The feud had claimed its last, most famous victim. The hanging of Tom Smith was meant to be an ending, a final full stop on a bloody chapter of Kentucky history. But for the people of Perry County, it was more like a cauterized wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the scar ran deep and ugly. The great French Eversole War was over. The state had won. Yet there was no celebration, no sense of victory, only a profound and unsettling exhaustion. The cost had been too high. For the surviving members of the Eversole clan, justice was a bitter pill. Their enemy's most fearsome soldier was dead, but it couldn't bring back their leader. They had won the war, but lost the peace. Many of them, having looked into the abyss of mountain violence, wanted nothing more to do with it. They had seen what the old ways led to. In the years following the trial, many sold their land and timber rights to the very coal companies Joe Eversole had championed, taking the money and leaving the mountains forever. They scattered to Ohio, to Indiana, to the west, anywhere they could escape the ghosts that haunted every creek and hollow. And what of the mastermind, Colonel Fulton French? He was never convicted for his role in the war. The law couldn't touch him. But he faced a different kind of justice, a slower and perhaps more fitting punishment. The execution of Tom Smith was a public spectacle of his defeat. His power, which had been absolute, was broken. Men no longer feared him because the state had proven it was the bigger, stronger beast. As the coal companies moved in with their railroads and their armies of lawyers, French's old-world influence crumbled. He died years later, not a revered patriarch, but a relic, a bitter old man who had watched the world he fought to preserve be bought, sold, and carved up by the forces of progress he had so despised. It was his curse to live powerless in the ruins of his own kingdom. The community, as a whole, tried to heal itself by deliberately forgetting. The feud became the great, unspoken trauma. It was too painful, too shameful to talk about openly. Parents stopped telling their children the full, brutal story, wanting to spare them the poison of that inherited hate. The tale of Bad Tom Smith and the war he fought in was pushed into the shadows, becoming the stuff of whispers and warnings rather than history. Perry County desperately wanted a new identity. It wanted to be known for its coal, its timber, its hard-working people, anything but the dark and bloody ground where brother had slaughtered brother. A thick blanket of collective silence was pulled over the past, but under it, the memory lay restless and unquiet. Walk through Perry County today, and you will still find the old names. There are Frenches and Eversoles and Smiths living in these hills, their mailboxes standing on the same roads their ancestors bled on. But the feud is a ghost story now, a grandparent's tale told on a cold winter night. The great-grandchildren of mortal enemies are now neighbors, friends, sometimes even husband and wife. The blood hatred has been diluted by time, washed away by a conscious collective decision to break the cycle. They chose peace, and in doing so, they gave their children a future that was not defined by the graves of the past. The physical traces of that war are harder to find, but they are there if you know where to look. There is no monument, no plaque marking the spot where Joe Eversole was ambushed. But drive along the Kentucky River in Hazard, and you will find a quiet, unassuming field. Today, it might be a place where kids play baseball or families have picnics, but the older folks still know it by another name: Hangman's Hollow. The gallows are long gone, rotted back into the earth, but the name remains, a permanent scar on the landscape, a whisper of the day that thousands gathered to watch a man die. In an old cemetery overlooking the town, you can find the final resting place of Tom Smith. There is no grand tombstone, no epic inscription detailing his infamous life or his dramatic death. His grave is simple, almost anonymous, the resting place of a man, not a monster or a legend. It's a quiet, humble end for a life that was anything but. But the real echo of this story isn't found in stone or on a map. It's in the folklore, in the very air of the mountains. The official histories may gather dust in the courthouse basement, but the story of Bad Tom Smith is still alive. It's told by old men on their front porches, a warning about the poison of hatred. And some say, on a dark, moonless night in Hangman's Hollow, If you listen closely when the wind is just right, you can still hear a voice boom out from the darkness, clear and unwavering, giving its own final command. For though people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hangs over this whole story, a question that lingers in the air like the smoke from that final fatal shot on the ridge. Was the good Tom Smith who stood on the gallows a genuinely repentant soul who had made his peace with God? Or was he the ultimate outlaw, the final act of Bad Tom, a master performer who seized control of his own execution to rob the state of its victory and ensure his name would pass into legend on his own terms? The historical record is silent on this. The truth of it went with him into the dark. It's a mystery locked forever in the heart of a man who lived and died by a code the modern world will never fully understand. But in the end, the state of Tom Smith's soul is not the most important lesson of this story. His life and death are a monument to a bloody and bygone era. This is a story of how the poison of old hatreds, stirred by the coming of industrial greed, can turn a land of breathtaking beauty into a killing ground. It's a testament to the destructive power of blind loyalty, where allegiance to a clan becomes more sacred than the life of a neighbor. But it is also a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit, a spirit that values honor above life and that can face death not with a plea, but with a command. The great feud is long over. The rifles are silent, and the graves are covered with moss. But the story serves as a permanent warning carved into the memory of these mountains. A warning that the line between neighbor and enemy, between law and vengeance, is perilously thin. It reminds us that the blood of the past never truly washes away. It just sinks into the soil, waiting for a new conflict to bring it to the surface once more. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the stunned silence that followed the storm of gunfire, the people of Huntington, West Virginia, were left with a grim spectacle on their courthouse lawn, the body of a dead stranger. He was a man who didn't belong, a ghost from the bloody plains of Missouri, laid low in the heart of Appalachia. His death wasn't an answer. It was a question mark written in blood on the town's doorstep. How did the most infamous outlaws in American history, the James Younger gang, end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a desperate, bullet-riddled retreat? Today, we will answer that question and unravel a story of Appalachian grit colliding with legendary evil. To understand the shock of that day, you have to understand the world that was shattered. Huntington, in 1875, was not some quiet mountain hollow lost to time. It was a city with a swagger, a raw and muscular town born from coal dust, steel rails, and ambition. Forged just a few years earlier by the railroad magnate Collis P. Huntington, it was the proud western terminus of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. It was a place where the ancient rhythm of the mountains met the thunder of the locomotive, a boom town humming with the promise of a new industrial Appalachia. At the very heart of this vibrant new world, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street, stood the Bank of Huntington. It was more than just a building of brick and mortar. It was the town's beating heart. Through its doors flowed the lifeblood of the region, massive C&O payrolls for the railroad men, the hard-earned wages of miners who clawed wealth from the deep hills, and the fortunes of the industrialists who were taming the wilderness. This bank wasn't just holding money, it was holding the collected dreams and sweat of an entire community. The guardian of this trust was a man named Robert T. Oney, the bank's cashier. He was a man of ledgers and ink, of quiet respectability and steady habits. His world was one of predictable order, of days measured by the familiar clicks of the telegraph and the comforting clang of the vault door swinging shut. That afternoon, his son was with him in the bank, learning the family trade, surrounded by the symbols of security and civilization. For them, the world was a safe and logical place. Outside the bank's windows, the town bustled with activity, a testament to its newfound importance. But beyond the last paved street, the ancient Appalachian hills rose up, dense and watchful. These were the old mountains, the ones that had seen empires come and go, their hollows filled with secrets and shadows. They formed a stark contrast to the noisy, forward-looking city at their feet, a wilderness that could swallow men whole, a perfect landscape for both escape and ambush. But progress is a double-edged sword. The very thing that made Huntington a beacon of prosperity also made it a target. The same steel rails that carried coal out also carried stories in. Tales of the C&O payrolls, of the fat new bank on the Ohio River, traveled west on telegraph wires and in the talk of rail riders. These whispers reached the ears of men who saw progress not as an opportunity to build, but as a chance to take. Unseen and unheard, a shadow was stretching from the Missouri plains, drawn eastward by the irresistible scent of a prize that was simply too rich to ignore. On the sweltering afternoon of September 6, 1875, the first clue that something was wrong arrived on horseback. 8 strangers, cloaked in long, dust-colored coats that seemed oddly heavy for the heat, rode into town. They moved not like weary travelers, but with a chilling purpose, their eyes scanning the streets with a predator's focus. There was a disciplined silence about them that felt more menacing than any drunken shouting. For the citizens of Huntington, they were an unnerving puzzle, a whisper of trouble on the wind. The puzzle quickly turned into a portrait of terror. 4 of the riders dismounted in front of the Bank of Huntington. As one stood guard at the door, a sentinel of violence, the other 3 stepped inside, their heavy boots echoing on the floor. Within moments, the routine calm of Robert Oney's afternoon was obliterated. A $5 bill was offered for change, a simple transaction that became the trigger for a nightmare. As the cash drawer opened, a Colt revolver appeared, massive and unarguable. The outlaw's voice was calm, almost conversational, which made his words even more terrifying. "We are the James boys. We have come for the money." The scene inside was one of cold, professional plunder. While Oney and his son were held frozen under the barrel of a gun, the other men moved with a terrifying efficiency, vaulting the counter and stuffing bags with the town's wealth. The scene spoke not of a desperate smash and grab, but of a rehearsed, military-style operation. The outlaws knew exactly what they wanted, from the loose cash to the contents of the new, modern vault. Outside, the other 4 horsemen turned 3rd Avenue into a shooting gallery. They galloped back and forth, firing their pistols into the air, their shouts echoing off the brick buildings. This wasn't random chaos. It was calculated terror, designed to paralyze the town and suppress any resistance before it could begin. For those first few minutes, the street was a bewildering landscape of noise, smoke, and fear. The crime scene wasn't a static place of discovery. It was a living, breathing storm of violence. The questions came in a panicked rush. Who were these men? Why were they here? Was this the end of their town? The wilderness wasn't in the surrounding hills. It had ridden right into the heart of Huntington, and it offered no easy answers, only the immediate deafening report of a dozen 6-guns. In the days that followed the raid, as the story was pieced together from 100 terrified accounts, the first and most obvious suspect was not a single man, but a ghost. It was the ghost of the Confederacy, a phantom born from the raw, unhealed wound of the Civil War. You see, this wasn't just a bank robbery. To many people, especially those with Southern sympathies, this was a calculated act of war, a personal vendetta waged against a symbol of Northern power and occupation. The motive was as clear as a mountain spring to anyone who had lived through the conflict. The Bank of Huntington was the financial heart of the C&O Railway, a Yankee enterprise carving up the ancient hills and imposing a new order on the land. To a man who had lost his home, his kin, and his cause fighting for the South, that bank wasn't just a building full of money. It was a monument to his defeat. Robbing it wasn't simple theft. It was a righteous blow against the conqueror, a desperate attempt to reclaim a sliver of lost honor and pride. Whispers quickly turned to the methods of the crime itself. The initial evidence was in the execution. The cool discipline, the expert horsemanship, the terrifying efficiency. This wasn't the work of common thieves or local hotheads. This was the cold arithmetic of combat, the tactics of seasoned cavalrymen who had learned their trade in the brutal guerrilla warfare of the border states. Locals who had fought in the war recognized the style immediately. It was the same ruthless precision used by the partisan rangers who had terrorized Missouri and Kansas. It wasn't long before a name was put to this ghost: Jesse James. The name was already legend, spread by dime novels and sensationalist newspapers. He was cast as the avenging angel of the lost cause, a man who had never surrendered. His history as one of Quantrill's most fearsome raiders was well known. The story fit perfectly. The raid on Huntington was seen as a natural chapter in his ongoing war against the banks, railroads, and authorities that represented the Union. For many, the case was closed before it had even been properly opened. The perpetrators were the James Younger gang, and their motive was vengeance. But as the dust settled and the adrenaline faded, a more unsettling question began to snake its way through the back rooms and taverns of Huntington. Was it really that simple? The James Younger gang were ghosts from another world, strangers in this rugged Appalachian terrain. How did they know the exact day the C&O payroll would be in the bank? How did they navigate the town with such confidence? And more importantly, how did they know the perfect escape route? A direct line into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County, where a posse would be useless. The cold, horrifying answer began to form. They couldn't have known. Not on their own. Suspicion began to fall not on a man with a gun, but on a man with a pen, an insider, someone within the C&O Railway or even the Bank of Huntington itself. This suspect had no public feud or bloody history. He was a trusted face, perhaps a quiet clerk who saw the river of money flowing past his desk while his own share was but a trickle. Or maybe a telegraph operator, a man who translated the secret clicks and dashes that detailed the movement of fortunes he could never hope to possess. This man saw the wealth of the railroad barons firsthand and felt the bitter sting of his own small place in their grand design. His motive wasn't vengeance for a lost cause. It was the timeless, ugly engine of greed and resentment. He was a man who felt cheated by the very system he served. He saw the easy money waiting in the vault and saw the outlaws from Missouri as a tool, a violent key to unlock a future he felt he was owed. Providing them with a map, a schedule, and the layout of the bank would have been his ticket out of a life of quiet desperation. When re-examined through this lens, the outlaw's actions took on a darker shade. Jesse James's supposed inspection of the new vault wasn't just bravado. It was the remark of a man who had been told to expect it. The gang's immediate and unerring flight to the 9th Street Bridge was no longer a lucky guess, but the execution of a pre-planned route. This theory was terrifying because it meant the enemy wasn't just an external force that had stormed the town. It suggested that a Judas had been living among them all along, a man who had sold his neighbor's safety for a bag of stolen silver. The betrayal, hidden behind a trusted face, felt far more sinister than the open violence of the raid itself. There was, however, a third theory, one that was whispered in the boardrooms and telegraph offices far from the dusty streets of Huntington. This theory suggested the crime wasn't born of Southern pride or an insider's greed, but was a cold, calculated move in a much larger, more brutal war. It was a war fought not with cannons, but with contracts, spies, and when necessary, hired guns. This theory posited that the James Younger gang were not the masterminds, but merely the bloody instrument of a powerful external force. The target, in this version of events, wasn't just the money in the vault. The real target was Collis P. Huntington himself and his burgeoning C&O empire. In the cutthroat world of 19th century railroad expansion, rivals like the Baltimore and Ohio were locked in a ruthless struggle for territory and resources. Huntington's success as the C&O's western hub was a direct threat to their interests. What better way to cripple a competitor than to strike at his proudest achievement? A brazen, violent robbery would send a clear message. Huntington is not safe. The C&O cannot protect its own assets. Your investments, your payrolls, your very lives are at risk in this lawless Appalachian outpost. In this scenario, the James gang becomes a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon dressed in a three-piece suit. Someone with deep pockets and a complete lack of scruples could have easily sent a pathfinder like Bill Chadwell to Missouri with an offer. A handsome fee to sow chaos, plus whatever they could carry out of the bank. This would explain the gang's incredible gamble in traveling so far into unfamiliar territory. It wasn't a whim, it was a contract. They were mercenaries hired for an act of corporate terrorism. Looking back, some locals remembered unsettling signs in the months leading up to the raid. They recalled strangers in fine city clothes, men who didn't belong in the rough-and-tumble town, asking pointed questions about railroad shipping times, land values, and the bank's security. At the time, they were dismissed as investors or surveyors. But in the bloody aftermath, their presence took on a sinister new meaning. They were the scouts for an economic predator, the advance guard for an attack designed not just to empty a vault, but to shatter the confidence of an entire city and derail the ambitions of a railroad king. In the minutes after the gang thundered across the 9th Street Bridge, Huntington's shock curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. A posse, a mix of grim-faced lawmen and ordinary citizens turned avengers, plunged into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County. They were fueled by a righteous fury, certain that a swift and bloody justice could be found just around the next bend of the Guyandotte River. They followed the fresh tracks, believing the outlaws' brazenness was matched only by their foolishness for choosing such a difficult escape. Their greatest hope was the wounded rider, the one who had slumped in his saddle. A man that badly hurt couldn't go far, they reasoned. He would slow the others down, leave a trail. They scoured the forest floor for a speck of blood on a leaf, a hastily discarded bandage, any sign of a man faltering. But they found nothing. The tracks led them deeper into a labyrinth of creeks and hollows, a green, suffocating world that seemed designed to hide fugitives. The trail grew cold, the hoofprints scattered and vanished. It was as if the forest itself had conspired with the outlaws, swallowing them whole. Frustrated, the posse turned its attention to the theory of an insider. Suspicion fell on any known Southern sympathizers living in the rugged hills between Huntington and Kentucky. Men who had ridden with the Confederacy were rousted from their farms, their homes searched, their families questioned. But this tactic backfired spectacularly. They were met not with confessions, but with a wall of stony silence. These mountain folk, already distrustful of authority, closed ranks. Every question was answered with a shrug, a blank stare, or a muttered, "I saw nothing." Instead of uncovering a conspiracy, the posse only managed to sow deeper resentment, chasing shadows while the real culprits slipped further away. Days later, they straggled back into town, their horses lame and their spirits broken. They returned not with prisoners in tow, but with the bitter taste of failure in their mouths, their clothes torn by briars and their faces etched with exhaustion. The only proof the gang had ever been there was the body of Tom McDaniels, a silent, decomposing trophy that offered no answers. The initial blaze of heroic defiance had died down, leaving behind the cold embers of fear and the growing, terrible realization that the most dangerous men in America had come to their town, bled their streets, and simply vanished. The posse's failure in the hills of Wayne County was about more than just rough terrain. It was a collision with an invisible, impenetrable fortress. It was a confrontation with the ancient mountain code, an unwritten law far more powerful than any statute passed in a distant state capital. As the lawmen pushed deeper into the hollows, they found that people's eyes grew guarded and their doors closed a little tighter. Men who would normally share a story and a dipper of water suddenly had nothing to say. Women would call their children inside and the world would go quiet. This wasn't simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of forgetting. To understand it, you have to understand the soul of Appalachia. This was a land settled by people who had come to escape authority, be it from kings across the ocean or tax collectors from the flatlands. Here, loyalty was not to a government, but to blood, to kin, and to your neighbor. You didn't talk to the law because the law had never done a thing for you, except maybe try to take your land or your moonshine. Justice was a private matter, handled with a handshake or, if necessary, a shotgun. The fear of retribution was a palpable thing, as thick as the morning fog in the valleys. Everyone knew what happened to those who talked. A fence might be cut in the dead of night, letting the livestock wander off. A prize hog might turn up sick. A barn, the very symbol of a family's livelihood, could go up in flames from a single well-placed lantern. These weren't idle threats. They were the grim language of mountain politics. Helping the law against men like the James Gang, men who, to some, were still seen as Confederate heroes, was seen as the ultimate betrayal. It was choosing the side of the outsider against your own, and so the wall of silence held firm. A farmer might have seen 8 riders pass his gate, their horses lathered and one man slumped low. A woman drawing water from her well might have heard the desperate gallop and seen them disappear up a hidden creek bed. But when the sheriff came asking, they saw nothing. They heard nothing. They knew nothing. Their silence was a shield, protecting them not only from the outlaws' revenge, but also from the intrusive world that lay beyond their ridgelines. The truth of the Huntington heist was lost somewhere in that silence, buried deep in the unmappable country of a community's fear. For years, the story of the Huntington heist remained frozen in time, a brutal but unresolved chapter in the town's history. The outlaws had vanished, the money was gone, and the wall of silence in the hills had proven unbreakable. The official investigation withered on the vine, leaving only folklore and speculation. But the truth, as it often does, was lying dormant, waiting for an accidental turn of a key. The turning point didn't come from a sheriff's investigation or a lucky posse, but from a place far away, a consequence of the gang's own arrogance. 1 year later, in September of 1876, the James Younger gang rode into Northfield, Minnesota, expecting another easy conquest. Instead, they rode into a buzzsaw. The townspeople fought back with a ferocity that dwarfed even Huntington's resistance. When the gun smoke cleared, Bill Chadwell and Clell Miller were dead in the street, and the younger brothers were captured, grievously wounded. The invincible aura of the gang was shattered forever. It was in the aftermath of this disaster that the forgotten clue from Huntington finally resurfaced, not as an object, but as a confession. Held in a Minnesota jail, facing a lifetime of hard labor, Cole Younger began to talk. He spoke of the gang's history, their motives, and their methods. When questioned about the audacious raid so far to the east, he confirmed the long-held suspicion. He admitted that the gang had indeed robbed the bank in Huntington, West Virginia. He spoke of the fierce street fight and the desperate flight into the mountains. Most importantly, he gave a name to the man who lay in a pauper's grave on the courthouse lawn, Tom McDaniels, a trusted member of their deadly fraternity. This confession was like a lightning strike in the dark. It traveled back to Huntington on telegraph wires, a voice from a Minnesota prison cell that finally broke the Appalachian silence. It wasn't a hidden map or a dusty journal. It was the unvarnished truth from the mouth of one of the perpetrators. It transformed the dead outlaw from a nameless stranger into a specific villain. It validated the stories of the townspeople who had fought back and confirmed that they had faced down the most legendary criminals of their age. The confession didn't recover the stolen money or reveal any local conspirators, but it provided something just as valuable: certainty. The ghost that had haunted Huntington for a year finally had a face. For a full year, the identity of the Huntington Raiders had been a ghost story, a legend told with a mix of fear and a strange, grudging respect. The name Jesse James was on everyone's lips, but it was a name spoken like a folktale character, a boogeyman from a distant land. There was no proof, only the chilling style of the crime and the whispers that followed. The town was left in a state of suspended animation, knowing they had been violated, but unable to officially point a finger at the specters who had ridden through their streets. The unmasking, when it came, was not a sudden discovery, but a cold, hard confirmation that the legend was terrifyingly real. The news from the Minnesota jailhouse swept through Huntington like a cleansing fire. Cole Younger's confession was the final, irrefutable piece of the puzzle. The ghosts were finally dragged from the realm of myth and into the harsh light of reality. They were not phantoms. They were men of flesh and blood, now with names that could be written in a ledger of crime. The dead outlaw on the courthouse lawn was no longer an anonymous casualty. He was Tom McDaniels. The wounded rider who vanished into the hills was, as many had suspected, Cole Younger himself. And the cold-eyed leaders who had calmly announced their intentions in the bank were none other than Jesse and Frank James. The full roster of the culprits was now known, a rogues gallery of the most wanted men in America. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, his brother Frank, the quiet killer, the formidable Cole Younger, the hardened veterans Clell Miller and Bill Chadwell, and the ill-fated Tom McDaniels. They were the core of the gang, a brotherhood forged in the guerrilla wars of Missouri, and they had brought their private war to the doorstep of Appalachia. And what was their definitive motive? Was it a noble act of Confederate defiance, as the dime novels claimed? Was it a complex plot of corporate sabotage? The confession, stripped of all romance, laid the truth bare. The motive was far more primal and far less glamorous. It was money. By 1875, the James Younger gang were no longer soldiers fighting a lost cause. They were professional thieves. Their past as Confederate partisans had given them their skills, their ruthlessness, and a convenient moral justification for their crimes. But their war was over. Their business had begun. The C&O payroll and the bank's deep vaults were simply the largest, most tempting prize they had heard of in years. The raid on Huntington was a strategic business decision. They were drawn east, not by ideology, but by the scent of a fortune. The polite manners, the supposed Robin Hood persona, it was all a carefully crafted myth, a public relations campaign for a gang of killers. The unmasking revealed that beneath the legend of the Southern Avenger was the cold, simple heart of a predator. Huntington was not a symbol to be defied. It was a treasure chest to be cracked open by any means necessary. The afternoon air inside the Bank of Huntington was thick with the lazy heat of late summer, smelling of paper and brass polish. That peace was shattered by the thud of heavy boots. As Robert Oney looked up, the world tilted. The man across the counter offered a $5 bill, but his eyes were cold, holding no warmth of commerce. As Oney's hand went to the cash drawer, the outlaw's hand went to his coat. There was a soft whisper of leather, and then the massive dark eye of a Colt revolver was staring at him. The hammer being cocked was the loudest sound Oney had ever heard, a metallic click that sealed the moment in time. A calm voice cut through the silence, and the world of order and ledgers was gone, replaced by the simple, brutal law of the gun. Oney and his son could only watch, frozen in a state of primal fear. The raiders moved with a terrifying grace, a ballet of plunder. They vaulted the teller's cage as if it were a pasture fence, their long coats flaring. There was no fumbling, no hesitation. Their hands, accustomed to reins and triggers, swept stacks of currency and coins into canvas sacks with a rustling, clinking sound that was a sickening parody of a normal bank transaction. One of them paused to look at the new vault, the town's pride, and spoke a few words of mock admiration before emptying its contents. It was a performance of absolute dominance, designed to break not just the bank's locks, but the spirit of the men inside. Outside, the street had become a vision of hell. The four mounted outlaws were orchestrating a symphony of terror. They galloped from one end of the block to the other, a whirlwind of dust and menace. The air cracked and popped with the constant discharge of their pistols. It wasn't aimed fire, it was auditory violence, a deafening declaration of ownership of the street. Windows on the second floor of the St. James Hotel shattered, the tinkling of glass lost in the unending roar. For the people of Huntington, peering from behind curtains and doorways, it was a waking nightmare. Their town was no longer theirs. It was a stage, and they were the terrified audience to a terrifying show. But the paralysis of fear can only last so long before it hardens into rage. The outlaws' barrage was suddenly answered. The sharp crack of a squirrel rifle from a hardware store doorway joined the deeper boom of the Colts. A window flew open above the dry goods store, the glint of a shotgun barrel appearing for a second. The symphony of terror became a discordant duel. The air, already thick with smoke, grew hazy, a rolling fog of battle that obscured figures and turned the street into a landscape of lethal guesswork. The hunters had, in a shocking turn, become the hunted. As the gang burst from the bank's doors, their bags heavy with loot, they ran headlong into this new reality of organized resistance. They were no longer performers on a stage, but soldiers caught in an ambush. In the chaotic scramble for their horses, amidst the rolling cloud of gunsmoke, one of the riders suddenly stiffened, a marionette whose strings had been cut. He pitched sideways from his saddle without a sound and fell, a dark, motionless shape against the bright dust of the street. His panicked horse, now riderless, bolted after the others. In that same hail of unseen lead, another rider lurched forward, grabbing the pommel of his saddle as if struck by a giant, invisible fist. His hat flew from his head, but his powerful frame clung to the horse, his body contorted in a silent struggle against an unseen force. He did not fall. The remaining outlaws dug their spurs into their mounts, their disciplined operation now a frantic, desperate flight. They thundered towards the 9th Street Bridge, a mad dash for the safety of the wilderness, leaving the echoes of their violence hanging in the air. When the last hoofbeat faded, a ringing silence descended upon the street. The smoke slowly drifted away on the afternoon breeze, revealing a scene of surreal stillness. Shattered glass glittered on the boardwalks, and there, in the middle of the street, lay the still form of Tom McDaniels, a final, grim testament to the fact that on this day, the people of Huntington had fought back. In the aftermath of the raid, there was no grand trial in Huntington. There was no solemn judge, no jury of 12 peers, no eloquent lawyers arguing points of law. The only trial that ever mattered for the James Younger gang in West Virginia took place in a 90-second span of chaotic gunfire on 3rd Avenue. The jury was a hardware store owner with a rifle, a clerk with an old army pistol, and a dozen other anonymous citizens who decided that their town was worth defending. The verdict for Tom McDaniels was delivered not by a foreman, but from the barrel of a gun, a swift and final judgment that required no appeal. Instead of a courtroom, the town had the courthouse lawn. McDaniel's body was dragged there and put on display, becoming a gruesome pulpit from which the town preached a silent sermon of defiance. Crowds gathered to stare, their faces a mixture of grim satisfaction, morbid curiosity, and lingering fear. This was justice in its most raw and primal form, a public spectacle meant to reassure the community that an invader had been repelled and a price had been paid. A coroner's inquest was held, a brief formality that concluded, to no one's surprise, that the outlaw had died of justifiable homicide. He was then unceremoniously buried in a pauper's grave, his story in Huntington ending as it began, a nameless threat, now a nameless corpse. The real legal reckoning came a year later and hundreds of miles away in a Minnesota courthouse. It was there that the captured younger brothers faced a formal system of justice. There was no defiance in their demeanor, only a stoic, weary acceptance of their fate. Cole Younger, in particular, was calm and cooperative, his confession providing the final, authoritative chapter to the Huntington raid. They pleaded guilty to their crimes in Minnesota to avoid the spectacle of a trial and the near certainty of a hangman's noose. They were sentenced to life in prison, a verdict that was celebrated in the North as a triumph of law and order. But for the people of Huntington, it was a distant echo, a hollow victory. The Youngers were being punished for Northfield, not for the terror they had inflicted upon West Virginia. The money stolen from their bank was never recovered, and the two men most responsible, Jesse and Frank James, remained free, ghosts in the wind who had escaped Appalachian justice entirely. And so, the final verdict for the Huntington heist was a deeply unsatisfying one, an empty chair at the defendant's table. Jesse James would eventually be killed by a traitor in his own gang, and Frank would surrender and through legal maneuvering walk away a free man. No member of the James Younger gang was ever convicted or even formally charged for the crime committed in Huntington. The town had won the battle in the street, but the masterminds of the war had gotten away clean. A bitter injustice that still lingers in the hills, a story of a crime that was punished but never truly prosecuted. The gunsmoke over Huntington eventually cleared, but the lives it touched were never the same. The raid was a flash of lightning that left a permanent afterimage burned into the soul of the town and its people. For Huntington itself, the brutal afternoon became a defining moment. It was a scar that, over time, became a badge of honor. The city was no longer just a proud boom town of the railroad. It was the town that had stood up to the James gang and drawn blood. The men who had grabbed their rifles and fought back became local legends, their stories told and retold until they became a part of the city's foundation myth, a testament to the fierce, self-reliant spirit of Appalachia. For Robert T. Oney, the cashier who stared down the barrel of that Colt revolver, life was cleaved in two, the quiet, orderly life before the raid and the rest of his days after. He had looked into the eyes of the most famous outlaws in America and survived. He carried that memory with him always, not as a source of fear, but as a quiet mark of resilience. He remained a respected figure in Huntington, a living link to that historic day, a man who had been at the very epicenter of the storm and had held his ground. But the fates of the outlaws were also irrevocably altered. You see, for the James Younger gang, the Huntington heist was a victory that planted the seeds of their destruction. It was here, in these Appalachian hills, that they first encountered a civilian population that was not easily cowed, one that would fight back with lethal fury. The death of Tom McDaniels and the serious wounding of Cole Younger were a shock to their system. They had won the money, but they had been bloodied and forced into a desperate, humiliating retreat. It was a dress rehearsal for their own funeral. 1 year later, emboldened by their success but failing to heed its warning, they would face that same citizen rage in Northfield, Minnesota, a fight that would shatter the gang forever. The cloud of suspicion about an internal betrayal eventually faded, but it left a lingering chill. The raid forced the community to look at itself, to wonder about the loyalties of their neighbors in a way they never had before. It strained the delicate trust that holds a town together, a wound that healed slowly over time. The raid became a shared trauma, and in surviving it together, Huntington forged a stronger, harder identity. And what of the masterminds? The James brothers, who had escaped West Virginia's justice, could not outrun their own violent destiny. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, would be shot in the back of the head years later by a coward in his own gang, killed for a reward. Frank James, the quiet brother, would eventually surrender and, through a series of controversial trials, live out his days as a farmer and a reluctant celebrity, a ghost from a bygone era of American violence. Their lives, and the lives of everyone they touched that September day, were forever intertwined, bound together by the echoes of gunfire on a Huntington street. If you stand on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street in Huntington today, you won't see the bank that the James gang robbed. That building is long gone, replaced by the glass and steel of the modern city. But while the bricks have vanished, the story has soaked into the very ground beneath your feet. The memory of that day doesn't live in a monument. It lives in the whispers that still drift through the Appalachian air. This is a story that has become a permanent part of the region's folklore. Ask an old-timer about it, and their eyes will light up. They'll tell you the enduring legend of Cole Younger, wounded and barely clinging to his horse. The tale goes that he was secretly taken in by a Confederate sympathizing doctor deep in the hills of Wayne County, nursed back to health in a hidden cabin while the posse searched fruitlessly. There's no hard proof, of course, but in these mountains, a good story holds its own kind of truth, a truth about loyalty and the old codes that never really die. And then there's the gold. Like a promise whispered on the wind, the legend of buried treasure persists. For over a century, people have believed that in their frantic escape, the gang was forced to bury a portion of their heavy loot somewhere in the tangled wilderness between Huntington and the Kentucky border. Treasure hunters, armed with folk tales and a stubborn hope, still comb the creek beds and scour the hillsides, searching for Jesse James's Appalachian gold. The most tangible trace of that day is a void. Somewhere in Huntington, in an unmarked pauper's grave, lies the dust of Tom McDaniels, a permanent silent resident from Missouri. And the bridge they crossed is gone, replaced by a modern span of concrete. But the real echo through time isn't made of stone or bone. It's the hollows and creek beds of Wayne County, the very landscape of the escape. The city's memory may fade with each new generation, but the mountains themselves hold the story, etched into their ancient, silent faces. They remember the thunder of hooves, and they've kept the secret of that desperate ride ever since. We began this story with a question mark written in blood on a courthouse lawn. How did the most feared outlaws in America end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a West Virginia street? We know the answer now. They were drawn here not by the ghosts of the Confederacy, but by the simple, powerful magnet of greed. They came for the C&O Railroad's gold, believing their own legend would be enough to paralyze a town with fear. They misjudged their target. They expected to find timid sheep, and instead found a den of wolves. But the true lesson of the Huntington heist is not about the audacity of the James gang. It is about the ferocious courage of ordinary people. This is a story of how a young Appalachian city, barely 4 years old, refused to play the part of the victim. It's a story that proves that history isn't just written by famous men with guns. It's forged in the split-second decisions of nameless citizens who decide that enough is enough. The iron will of the men and women who carved a life from these mountains proved to be a far more formidable weapon than any outlaw's revolver. So the next time you hear the romantic tales of Jesse James, the Robin Hood of Missouri, remember the truth of what happened here. Remember the hardware store owner with his rifle, the cashier who refused to break, and the town that bled but did not bow. This is a story of how character is revealed by chaos, and how a community's soul can be forged in the crucible of 90 seconds of gunfire. It's a testament to the enduring, unshakable spirit of these hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly, the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice, shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack. He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night, and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie, that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of Dragging Canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poison promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, this rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle. It was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy, no time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole. As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, He was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations.
This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land. They only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, there was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming, a ghost with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantles, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie.
And now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot, neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence, one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokees' domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week, his shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nicotee Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nicotee Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget, and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient, silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was, and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nicotee Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Him standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County, Virginia. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes, because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, but the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright, and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crabb? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crabb. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crabb was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crabb and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crabb's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. "It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before," she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. "My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed," the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. "It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing." She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors, it was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young schoolteacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another was simple and deadly. "She can't be allowed to get away with that." June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road. You can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabb's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, the familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened, and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. June's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out. The air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye. The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crabb deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain. The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turned to the official record hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crabb. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh and blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crabbe's grave is not hard to find. Her family and those who remembered tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years, a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabbe family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. June's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabbe, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted. Not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again,
even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crab became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk
and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crab isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crab family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories, occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world. A brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage. The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century. A story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field, or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries, filled with the stories of the people who came before us. Stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this, and the men who covered it up, are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains. The first thing you would have noticed wasn't the sight. It was the smell. If you have ever stood in a pine forest after a heavy rain, you know that scent. It is crisp, sharp, almost like a cleaning chemical mixed with damp earth. It is the smell of life. But on this particular morning, in the deep hollows of Kentucky, that clean pine scent was losing a war against something much heavier, something copper-like. The thick metallic stench of iron that had been spilled by the gallon. It is dawn. The mist is clinging to the valley floor, swirling around the trunks of trees that are wider than a wagon wheel. From a distance, the scene looks almost peaceful. A cluster of rough-hewn log cabins, smoke rising gently from a chimney. The sounds of the waking forest, a jaybird screeching, the rustle of wind in the canopy. But if you stepped closer, the illusion would shatter. Because the mud between the cabins isn't brown, it is a churning, slushy red. There is an axe embedded in the doorframe of the main office, but there is no woodcutter holding it. There is a boot lying in the middle of the path, and the terrifying part is that the laces are still tied tight, as if the foot inside it simply vanished or was dragged away. This is not a battlefield from the Civil War. That ended 20 years ago. This isn't the site of a train wreck. This is a workplace. Welcome to 1887. Welcome to the edge of the known world. In the late 19th century, the American logging camp was the engine room of the nation. It was where the raw material for your great-grandfather's house, his furniture, and his coffin came from. It was a place of immense physical power, where men with arms like hydraulic pistons turned chaos into commerce. But on this morning, the commerce had stopped. The silence that hangs over this camp is heavy. It is the kind of silence that screams. Inside the main cabin, the chief, the man who ran this operation with an iron fist just 24 hours ago, is no longer giving orders. He is lying amidst the wreckage of his own command post. The furniture is splintered. The ledger books, usually kept in immaculate rows, are scattered across the floor, their pages soaking up the fluids of the men who wrote in them. What happened here? It wasn't a bear attack. The wounds are too precise for that. It wasn't a raid by bandits looking for gold, because there was no gold here to steal. This was something far more personal and far more terrifying. You see, usually when we talk about history, we talk about the big events, the wars, the treaties, the elections. We look at the timeline from a bird's eye view. But today, we are going to drop down into the mud. We are going to look at what happens when a group of men are pushed to the absolute limit of their sanity, miles away from the nearest sheriff, locked together in a green prison of their own making. They say the trees in Kentucky have deep roots, that they hold the soil together against the floods and the landslides. But in 1887, those roots drank something other than rain. And the story of how this camp went from a place of labor to a slaughterhouse in a single night is one that didn't make it into the school textbooks. It was too ugly. It was too real. And honestly, it was too close to the truth of what lurks inside all of us when the lights go out. But before we can understand the blood, we have to understand the land. We have to look at the map. Because to understand why no one heard them scream, you have to see just how far away from God they really were. To understand the nightmare, you first have to understand the cage. When we think of Kentucky today, we might think of rolling bluegrass hills, horse farms, or maybe the suburbs of Louisville. We think of a place that is tamed, a place mapped by satellites and crossed by asphalt highways. But the Kentucky of 1887 was a different planet. Specifically, the Appalachian region in the eastern part of the state. This was not farmland. This was the Black Forest of America. We are talking about virgin timber, trees that had been growing since before Columbus landed in the Caribbean. White oaks, poplars, and chestnuts that stood over 100 feet tall. Their trunks were so thick that 3 grown men holding hands couldn't circle them. And they grew so close together that in some hollows, the sun didn't touch the ground even at high noon. It was a world of perpetual twilight. If you look at a map from that era, you see vast blank spaces. No towns, no roads, just the squiggle of a creek or the jagged line of a ridge. To get to the lumber camp we are talking about today, you didn't just hop in a car. You took a train to the end of the line, then you hired a mule, and then, when the mule couldn't go any further, you walked. For days. The isolation wasn't just physical, it was absolute. There were no cell phones to check the news, no radios to hear a friendly voice. If you got sick out here, you either got better or you died. If you broke your leg, it was a life sentence. The nearest doctor was a 3-day ride through terrain that would kill a horse. To the wealthy investors sitting in their clubs in New York or Chicago, looking at photographs of this timber, this place looked like a gold mine. It was resources waiting to be harvested. To the poets and the painters, it looked like paradise, a pristine, untouched Eden. But to the men inside, it was a cage with no bars, only miles of crushing wilderness. Imagine that feeling. You are surrounded by beauty, yes, but that beauty is indifferent to you. The mountains don't care if you are cold. The river doesn't care if you drown. And after a week, or a month, or 6 months of seeing nothing but tree bark and mud, the walls start to close in. Psychologists today talk about sensory deprivation or the effects of confinement on the human mind. We see it in prisoners in solitary confinement. We see it in researchers in Antarctica. The mind needs variety. It needs stimulation. When you strip that away and replace it with the repetitive, back-breaking monotony of swinging an axe against a wall of wood that never seems to end, the mind starts to eat itself. The silence of the woods is not quiet. It's loud. It amplifies your own thoughts. It amplifies your grievances. Small annoyances, the way a man chews his tobacco, the way the foreman looks at you, the draft in the cabin, stop being annoyances. They become obsessions. In this camp, 40 men were living on top of each other in rough-built shanties. They slept in bunks filled with straw and lice. They smelled of unwashed wool and sweat. And outside that thin wooden wall was the dark, infinite forest, pressing in on all sides. There was no escape. The only way out was to work your contract, get your money, and walk back to civilization. But what happens when the one thing keeping you sane, the promise of that money, starts to slip away? What happens when the cage door locks and you realize the key is in the pocket of a man who doesn't respect you? To answer that, we have to look at the prisoners of this green hell. Who were they? Who signs up for a job that breaks your back for pennies a day? They were known as timber beasts. That wasn't an insult thrown at them by the newspapers. It was a badge of honor they wore themselves. Because to survive this work, you had to be something more than a man. You had to be part machine, part animal. The workforce of a Kentucky logging camp in the 1880s was a motley collection of humanity's drift. The Civil War had ended only 22 years prior. Many of the older men in the camp were veterans. They had seen the horrors of Shiloh or Antietam. They carried shrapnel in their legs and ghosts in their heads. They were men who had learned that life was cheap and that violence was a valid way to solve a problem. Then you had the immigrants, Irish, Swedish, German. Men who had crossed an ocean with nothing but the clothes on their backs, chasing the American dream, only to find themselves hacking at trees in a language they barely understood. And finally, the locals, the mountain men. People who had been born in the shadow of these peaks, who knew the woods better than they knew the Bible. But despite their differences, the camp ground them all down into the same shape. The work was brutal in a way that is hard for us to comprehend today. We have chainsaws, we have heavy machinery, we have OSHA regulations. They had nothing but muscle and physics. A standard day began at 4 a.m. Breakfast was a heavy, greasy affair. Biscuits, pork fat, beans, coffee thick enough to float a horseshoe. By 5 a.m., they were in the woods. Imagine cutting down a tree the size of a lighthouse using only a handsaw. 2 men, one on each end of a 7-foot steel blade known as a misery whip. Pull, push, pull, push. For 12 hours. Your shoulders burn, your hands blister, then calloused, then bleed, then calloused again until they feel like leather gloves. And the danger was constant. These trees weighed tons. When they fell, they didn't just tip over nicely. They crashed. They shattered other trees. Branches the size of telephone poles would snap off and come rocketing down. They called them widowmakers for a reason. If you were standing in the wrong spot, you didn't just get hurt. You were erased. Men were crushed. Men were decapitated by snapping cables. Men lost feet to slipping axe heads. And if you got hurt, you were fired. There was no workers' compensation. There was no sick leave. If you couldn't swing the axe, you were dead weight. This created a specific type of psychology, a hardness. You couldn't afford to be soft. You couldn't afford to care too much. You worked, you ate, you slept, and you prayed you didn't die. But there was a glue that held this volatile mix of men together. It wasn't friendship, necessarily, and it certainly wasn't loyalty to the company. It was the paycheck. They were enduring this hell for a reason. $1.50 to $2 a day. That sounds like a joke to us, but in 1887, $1 a day was a living wage. A season in the woods could mean paying off the farm back home. It could mean buying a wedding ring. It could mean a fresh start in the West. Every swing of the axe was an investment in the future. They were banking their sweat, expecting a return. They trusted the system. They trusted that if they did the work, they would get the reward. It's the fundamental social contract of civilization, labor for capital. But in this camp, there was a middleman between the labor and the capital. A man who sat in the warm office while they froze in the woods. A man who held the ledger and, more importantly, held the keys to the company's store. And this man, well, let's just say he didn't see these workers as partners. He saw them as assets, and depreciating ones at that.
There is an old song made famous by Tennessee Ernie Ford. You probably know the chorus. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. We tap our feet to it. It's a catchy tune. But the reality behind those lyrics was a system of economic entrapment so effective it was practically slavery by another name. Here is how it worked. The logging camp was an island. As we established, it was miles from the nearest town. That meant you couldn't just pop down to the local market to buy tobacco or new boots or a bar of soap. You had to buy it from the camp, and the camp had a store. This store was run by the company and overseen by the camp chief. And since they had a monopoly, literally the only shop within a 3-day walk, they could set the prices. Need a new pair of boots because yours rotted off your feet in the mud? That will be $5. In town, they might cost $2. But you are not in town. You are here. Want a tin of tobacco to calm your nerves after a near-death experience with a falling oak? That's double the market rate. But here is the catch. You didn't pay with cash. You didn't have any cash. You were working on credit. The cost of your purchases was deducted from your future wages. The chief would open the big leather-bound ledger, find your name, and scribble a number in the debit column. It sounds convenient, but it was a trap. Many of these men arrived at the camp already in debt. The company had paid for their train ticket. The company had paid for their tools. So before they even swung an axe for the first time, they were already in the hole. Week after week, they worked. Week after week, they bought necessities. And week after week, the chief tallied the numbers. The camp chief in this story is a figure who has been largely lost to history, reduced to a title. We don't know if he was inherently evil or just a bureaucrat doing his job. But to the men, he was a dictator. He lived in the main cabin, which was slightly better built than the others. He ate better food. He wore clean clothes. While the men were covered in sap and mud, he smelled of paper and ink. He represented the company, the distant, faceless entity that owned the trees, the land, and seemingly the men themselves. Tensions in the camp usually simmered at a low boil. Grievances about the quality of the beans or the sharpness of the saws. But in the winter of 1887, something shifted. The ledger wasn't balancing. Rumors started to circulate, whispers in the bunkhouse after the lights went out. "Have you seen your tally?" one man would ask. "He charged me for a broken axe handle I didn't break," another would reply. "He says I only worked 5 days last week. I worked 6. Paranoia is a powerful poison. In the isolation of the mountains, it spreads like wildfire. The men began to suspect that the game was rigged, that no matter how hard they worked, the debt column was growing faster than the credit column. They weren't just working for free, they were paying for the privilege of breaking their backs. And then, the rumor changed. It stopped being about small errors. It became something much more dangerous. The rumor was that the company was broke, that the payroll train wasn't coming, that the chief was hoarding what little cash was left, planning to pack up and leave them stranded in the winter with nothing to show for months of labor but broken bodies and empty pockets. This wasn't just unfairness anymore, this was theft. This was survival. And when you back a timber beast into a corner and threaten to take the food out of his mouth, he doesn't hire a lawyer. He reaches for the nearest sharp object. The spark that lit the fuse wasn't a speech. It wasn't a grand declaration of war. It was a piece of paper. It was a chilly afternoon just a few days before the massacre. A group of the most vocal workers, the ringleaders, though they probably didn't see themselves that way yet, approached the main cabin. They wanted to see the books. They wanted to settle up. This was a standard procedure. A worker had the right to check his standing. But on this day, the mood was different. The air was thick with that specific kind of static electricity you feel before a thunderstorm. They walked into the office. The chief was there, likely surrounded by his small circle of loyalists, clerks, foremen, men whose paychecks depended on maintaining the status quo. According to the accounts that survived, the conversation started civilly.
How much am I owed? The chief opened the ledger. He ran his finger down the column. After deductions for room, board, tools, and the advance, you owe us $3. Silence. Imagine the sound of a heart breaking, followed immediately by the sound of blood boiling. This man had worked for 2 months. He had risked his life daily. He had missed his family. And he was being told that mathematically he had paid the company for the privilege of working there. It wasn't just him. Another man stepped up. And me? $4 balance due. A third man. What about my overtime? Not recorded. You didn't meet the quota. It wasn't a fortune they were fighting for. The total amounts in dispute, adjusted for inflation, would be a few $100s today. It was barely enough to buy a train ticket. But when you have nothing, barely enough becomes everything. It becomes the difference between going home a hero and going home a beggar. The men left the office. They didn't shout. They didn't flip the table. Not yet. They went back to the bunkhouses. And that is where the poison truly set in. If you have ever been in a toxic workplace, you know how these conversations go. But imagine there is no HR department. Imagine there is no home to go to at 5 p.m. You are stuck there with the people who are just as angry as you are. The bunkhouse became a pressure cooker. The men sat on their bunks, sharpening their tools. The rhythmic sound of a whetstone on steel, shk, 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 became the soundtrack of the evening. He's lying, someone said. He's pocketing the difference, said another. He thinks we're stupid. He thinks because we can't read his fancy writing, we can't count. The narrative shifted. The chief wasn't just a boss anymore. He was a thief, a villain, a monster who was stealing the food from their children's mouths. And the chief? He made a fatal error. He underestimated them. He assumed that because he had the authority and the ledger and the backing of the company, he was safe. He assumed these men were just dumb labor. He didn't realize he was sitting on a pile of dynamite and he had just lit a match. He sent word that anyone who wasn't satisfied could leave. But they couldn't leave. Leaving meant walking 50 miles with no money and no food. They were trapped. So the logic of the desperate took over. If the law won't help us, we make our own law. If the ledger says we are broke, we burn the ledger. If the chief stands in our way, well, the plan wasn't written down. It wasn't voted on. It emerged organically from the rage. It was a collective understanding that spread through the camp like a virus. Tomorrow night, we take what is ours. The sun sets early in the mountains. By 4:30 p.m., the hollow is already plunged into shadow. The temperature drops like a stone. On the evening of the massacre, the weather turned. A cold drizzle began to fall, turning the dirt paths of the camp into a slick, freezing mud. It was the kind of weather that drives men indoors, huddled around the cast-iron stoves, seeking warmth. If you were a bird flying over the camp that night, you would have seen the glow of oil lamps in the windows. You would have seen the smoke curling from the chimneys. It looked domestic. It looked normal. But inside the bunkhouses, the routine had broken. Usually the evenings were filled with noise. Men playing cards, playing the fiddle, telling tall tales, mending their clothes. Tonight, the fiddle was in its case. The cards were in the box. The men were waiting. There is a psychological phenomenon called group polarization. When a group of like-minded people discuss a grievance, their views don't just stay the same, they become more extreme. The angry man becomes furious, the violent man becomes murderous, and the hesitant man, he gets swept along, afraid to be the only one standing still when the wave crashes. In the main cabin, the chief and his supporters, about 10 or 12 men, were also aware that something was wrong. You can feel it when 40 men stop talking to you. You can feel the eyes on your back. They barricaded the door. Not a heavy fortification, just a heavy wooden beam dropped into place. They checked their weapons, a few revolvers, a shotgun. They were nervous, But they were confident. They were the authority. They believed that the hierarchy of the world would protect them. Workers don't attack bosses. It just isn't done. They'll cool off by morning, someone probably said. Just let them sleep it off. But sleep was not on the agenda. Around 8 p.m., the movement started. It wasn't a military formation. It was a mob. A dark, amorphous shape moving through the rain. They didn't carry torches. They didn't need them. They knew every inch of this ground. They carried the tools of their trade. In the hands of a skilled logger, a double-bitted axe is an extension of the arm. It is balanced perfectly. It is razor-sharp, literally sharp enough to shave with. These men spent 12 hours a day swinging these heavy blades. They had the muscle memory to hit a specific spot on a tree trunk within a fraction of an inch, over and over again. Now, they were adjusting their grip. They weren't aiming for pine bark. They gathered outside the main cabin. The rain pattered against the brims of their hats. The mud squelched under their boots. Inside, the chief heard them. The heavy thud of 40 pairs of boots stopping at once. The murmur of voices. He stood up from his desk. He walked to the door. He didn't open it. He shouted through the thick wood, "Go back to your bunks. We will discuss this in the morning." A voice from the outside answered. We don't know whose voice it was. Maybe it was the man who was told he owed $3. Maybe it was the man whose children were hungry back home. "We are done talking," the voice said. "Open the door. This is company property," the chief yelled back. "You are trespassing." It is almost tragic. He was still trying to use the language of business. He was still trying to invoke property rights. He didn't realize that those laws had evaporated the moment the sun went down. There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence in the freezing rain, and then the sound of the first blow. Thwack! It wasn't a knock. It was the sound of steel biting into wood. The door to the main cabin was built from solid oak planks, 2 inches thick. It was designed to keep out bears and the winter wind. It was not designed to withstand a siege. Inside the cabin, the sound must have been deafening. The wood didn't just vibrate, it groaned. Splinters flew inward. "Stop that! I'll shoot!" the chief screamed. He pulled a revolver from his desk drawer. A Smith & Wesson likely. Heavy, reliable, deadly. But he hesitated. And this is a crucial moment. Why did he hesitate? Because shooting a man is not easy, even for a hard man in a hard time. To pull that trigger is to cross a line from which there is no return. If he fired, he wasn't just defending himself. He was starting a war he couldn't win. He had 6 bullets. There were 40 men outside. "Open it, or we'll bring the roof down on your heads," the mob roared. The supporters inside, the clerks, the foremen, were backing away from the door, pressing themselves against the far walls. Their eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering lamplight. They were realizing, perhaps for the first time, that their authority was a fiction. It only existed as long as the majority agreed to it. The majority had just revoked their consent. Another blow. Crack. The heavy wooden bar holding the door shut began to splinter. The iron hinges shrieked under the strain. "We want our money! We want what's ours!" The shouting wasn't coherent anymore. It was a cacophony of rage. It was the sound of men who had been pushed too far, letting go of the leash. The chief aimed at the door. His hand was shaking, not from fear perhaps, but from the adrenaline dumping into his system. Bang! He fired. A warning shot? A panic shot? The bullet punched through the wood near the top of the door frame. Outside, the mob didn't scatter. They didn't run. If anything, the gunshot had the opposite effect. It validated them. It proved that the company was trying to kill them. It turned a labor dispute into a battle for survival. "They're shooting! Get 'em!" The axes swung harder now. Not just one man, but 3 or 4, hacking at the door, the window frames, the walls themselves. The cabin was being dismantled from the outside in. Imagine the terror of those inside. The walls that protected you are literally being chopped away. The sanctuary is becoming a coffin. The door gave way with a sickening crunch. It fell inward, hanging by one twisted hinge. For a second, there was a stillness, a tableau. On one side, the dark, rain-soaked figures of the workers, their breath steaming in the cold air, axes raised like executioners. On the other side, the chief and his men, bathed in the warm yellow light of the oil lamps, holding their feeble guns. It was the collision of two worlds, the haves and the have-nots, the managers and the managed. And then, a man from the mob stepped over the threshold. He didn't say a word. He just raised his axe. The chief fired again. The muzzle flash illuminated the room for a split second. The man stumbled, but he didn't fall. The mob surged forward like a dam breaking. The time for talking was over. The time for the ledger was over. Now it was time for the iron. Before we describe what happened inside that room, we need to pause. We need to look at the instruments of this tragedy. In a modern crime scene, you expect to find 9mm casings, maybe a knife. In 1887, the weapons were agricultural, and that makes them infinitely more horrifying. The primary weapon was the double-bitted axe. This is a tool that weighs about 3 to 5 pounds. The head is solid steel. One side is ground to a razor edge for felling, cutting across the grain. The other side is slightly thicker, used for limbing, chopping through knots and branches. When swung by a man who does this for a living, the tip of that axe is traveling at over 50 miles per hour. The force at the point of impact is tremendous. An axe is designed to split oak. It is designed to shatter the density of hardwood that has stood for centuries. It does not distinguish between wood and bone. A skull offers about as much resistance to a logging axe as a melon offers to a sledgehammer. Then there were the knives. Every logger carried a belt knife. These weren't pocket knives. These were tools used for skinning game, cutting rope, eating dinner. Fixed blades, carbon steel, honed on the same stones as the axes. And the guns. The firearms of this era were not the precision instruments we have today. They were heavy, black powder beasts. When you fired a revolver in a closed room in 1887, you didn't just get a bullet. You got a cloud of sulfurous smoke that instantly blinded everyone. The fog of war wasn't a metaphor here. It was literal. After the second or third shot, visibility in that cabin would have dropped to zero. The lamps were likely knocked over or extinguished in the scuffle. So, imagine this fight. Pitch darkness. The air filled with choking, stinging smoke. The smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and gunpowder. And in that blackness, the sound of axes whistling through the air. You couldn't see who you were hitting. You couldn't see if it was the chief, or a friend, or your own brother. You just swung. You swung because if you stopped, the next blow might land on you. It became a frenzy, a meat grinder. The forensic reconstruction of 19th century massacres is difficult because the pathology reports were primitive. But accounts from similar events describe wounds that are hard to even read about. Severed limbs, crushed rib cages, men shot at point-blank range, the powder burns tattooing their skin. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a shootout at high noon. It was a butchery in a closet. The energy released in that room was primal. It was the release of months of repressed anger, exhaustion, and humiliation. They weren't just attacking a person. They were attacking the source of their misery. They were trying to chop their way out of the trap. But in the dark, with adrenaline pumping, precision is the first thing to go. And chaos takes the wheel. The battle for the main cabin lasted maybe 5 minutes. But for those inside, it must have felt like a lifetime. The mob poured through the broken door like water rushing into a sinking ship. The room was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet. Suddenly, it held 30 screaming men. The chief had retreated behind his heavy oak desk. He fired blindly into the mass of bodies. One man went down, clutching his shoulder. Another dropped to his knees, screaming. But the momentum was unstoppable. The desk, the symbol of his authority, the altar of the ledger, was overturned. It crashed against the wall, spilling ink and papers everywhere. The chief was swarmed. We don't need to describe every blow. Your imagination is doing that work right now. But the result was absolute. The man who had held their lives in his hands was gone, lost under a flurry of boots and fists and steel. But the violence didn't stop with him. The clerks, the foreman, the men who had stood by him realized too late that there was no mercy in the room. They tried to fight back. They swung chairs. They used firewood as clubs. One of the foremen, a man named Miller, according to some accounts, managed to smash a window. He dove out into the mud, glass shards tearing at his clothes. "Run!" he screamed. "They're killing everyone!" This scream changed the dynamic of the night. Up until this moment, the violence was contained. It was focused on the office. It was a mutiny. But when Miller ran, the mob turned into a hunting party. "Don't let them get away. They'll bring the law. Get the witnesses." The logic of the massacre shifted again. Now, it wasn't about revenge. It was about cover-up. It was about silencing anyone who could point a finger. The attackers spilled out of the cabin, their chests heaving, their weapons slick. They looked into the darkness of the camp. There were other men in the camp, cooks, stable hands, workers who hadn't joined the mob. Men who had stayed in their bunks, pulling the blankets over their heads, praying the storm would pass. But now the storm was coming for them. The paranoia said, "If you aren't with us, you're against us." The paranoia said, "If you saw what we did, you are a threat." The attackers split up. They moved toward the stables. They moved toward the supply shed. The lights in the other cabins were quickly snuffed out. The camp went dark. And then the chase began. The forest, which had been a prison, suddenly became the only hope for survival. Miller, the foreman who jumped through the window, didn't stop running. He scrambled up the muddy bank behind the cabins. He was barefoot, he was bleeding. But fear is a powerful fuel. He wasn't alone. 3 or 4 others had managed to slip away in the confusion. They scattered like quail. But running in a Kentucky forest at night is not like running on a track. It is a nightmare of obstacles. Roots snag your ankles. Thorny vines, greenbrier and blackberry, tear at your skin like barbed wire. Ravines open up suddenly in the dark, dropping 10 or 20 feet into rocky creek beds. And behind them, they could hear the pursuers. The mob wasn't moving quietly anymore. They were shouting, calling out names. "Come out, Miller. We just want to talk." There's nowhere to go. It is a terrifying psychological game. To be hunted by men you worked with just yesterday. Men whose names you know. Men whose families you asked about. Miller hid in a hollowed-out chestnut stump. He pressed himself into the rotting wood, holding his breath. He could hear the heavy footsteps squelching in the mud just yards away. He could hear the heavy breathing of a man standing right there, axe in hand, listening. The darkness was total. The rain masked the sound of breathing, but it also masked the sound of the approach. Imagine the sensory deprivation. You can't see. You can't trust your ears. You are cold, wet, and convinced that the next second will be your last. Somewhere to the east, a gunshot echoed. A scream cut short. They had found someone. The realization hit the survivors. This wasn't just a beating. This was an extermination. The mob had crossed the Rubicon. They knew that if one witness survived to reach the town, they would all hang. The only safety lay in total silence. So they hunted. They checked the stables. They poked their pitchforks into the haylofts. They checked the tool sheds. For an hour, the woods were alive with this deadly game of hide and seek. But eventually, the adrenaline of the attackers began to fade. The cold rain soaked through their rage. The sheer physical exhaustion of the day, combined with the explosion of violence, took its toll. The shouting died down. The footsteps became less frequent. The woods returned to their natural state, silent, indifferent, vast. Miller stayed in that stump for hours. He didn't move until his muscles cramped. He didn't move until the gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. He was alive, but he was alone, and he was miles from help. There is a specific kind of hangover that comes after extreme violence. It isn't caused by alcohol. It is a chemical crash. For an hour, the men of the mob were running on pure cortisol and norepinephrine. They were gods of vengeance. They felt no cold, no pain, no fear, but physiology always collects its debt. As the fires in the stoves burned down to embers, the reality of the situation began to settle over the camp like a shroud. The men retreated back to the bunkhouses, not to celebrate. There were no cheers, there were no toasts. They sat on the edges of their bunks, staring at their hands. Hands that were stained dark, hands that were trembling uncontrollably. "What did we do?" someone whispered. "We had to," another replied, but his voice lacked conviction. "He was going to starve us. But we killed him. We killed them." The justification, the righteous anger, was starting to crumble under the weight of the corpse in the main cabin. Adrenaline masks pain, but adrenaline eventually fades. And then, the reality sets in. One worker looked down and realized his own leg was gashed open. He hadn't even felt it happen. Another was nursing a broken hand. The physical toll was emerging, but the psychological toll was heavier. They were now murderers. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of God, and perhaps most terrifyingly, in the eyes of each other. A strange dynamic began to form. They were bound together now by a blood pact they hadn't signed. They couldn't leave. They couldn't turn each other in. They were stuck in this room with these people forever. The trust was gone. If he could kill the chief with an axe, could he kill me to keep me quiet? Paranoia returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't directed at the boss. It was directed inward. Outside, the rain turned to snow. The temperature plummeted. The bodies lay where they fell, in the mud, in the office, in the brush. The camp, usually a place of snoring and shifting bodies, was wide awake. 40 men lying in the dark, listening to the wind, replaying the last hour in their heads. Every creak of the wood sounded like a sheriff's footstep. Every howl of a wolf sounded like a scream. They knew the morning would come. They knew the sun would rise and illuminate what they had done. The darkness had been their accomplice, hiding the details. The light would be their judge. They waited, and the silence of the Kentucky mountains, usually so peaceful, felt like the holding cell of a death row. Dawn in the mountains is usually beautiful. The sun hits the peaks first, turning the mist into a glowing gold river. But on the morning of the aftermath, the sun didn't bring warmth. It brought clarity, and clarity was the last thing these men wanted. As the light crept into the valley, the full extent of the horror was revealed. The main cabin was a ruin. The door was gone. The windows were shattered. Inside, it looked less like a room and more like a slaughterhouse floor. The ledger, the object of all that rage, was found trampled into the bloody floorboards, its pages torn and soaked. The chief's body was moved, not out of respect, but out of necessity. They wrapped him in a canvas tarp. It was a grim task. The men who did it didn't look at his face. They couldn't. Outside, the rain had washed some of the blood into the soil, but the mud was still stained a rusty brown. There were deep gouges in the door frames where axes had missed their marks. There were shell casings glinting in the dirt. The camp was silent. The steam donkey engine was cold. The horses in the stable were restless, sensing the death in the air. The workers emerged from the bunkhouses like ghosts. They moved slowly. They didn't make eye contact. What do you do the morning after a mutiny? Do you go to work? Do you pick up the axe, the same axe you used as a weapon last night, and go back to chopping trees? It seems insane, but that is exactly what some of them did. Habit is a powerful thing, and denial is even stronger. A few men actually walked toward the tree line, tools in hand. Maybe they thought if they just kept working, they could pretend it didn't happen. Maybe they thought if they looked busy, the consequences wouldn't find them. But most just wandered aimlessly. They were waiting. They knew Miller had escaped. They knew he was out there, and they knew what that meant. The clock was ticking. It wasn't a question of if the law would come, it was a question of when. They started to pack, not in a panic, but with a strange, lethargic resignation. They stuffed their few belongings into sacks, a spare shirt, a tin cup, a picture of a wife they might never see again. Some slipped away into the woods, hoping to disappear before the sheriff arrived. They chose the fugitive life. Others stayed. Perhaps they felt they had nowhere to go. Perhaps they thought they could talk their way out of it. It was self-defense they rehearsed. He shot first. The camp, once a hive of industry, was now a graveyard waiting for the undertaker. And miles away, the undertaker was already being summoned. While the camp sat in its stupor, Miller was moving. He had been running, walking, and crawling for 8 hours. He was barefoot. His feet were shredded by rocks and thorns. The cold mud had numbed his toes to the point where he couldn't feel them anymore, which was probably a mercy. He wasn't running just to save his own life anymore. He was running on a mission. He had to reach the railhead. The distance was roughly 20 miles. In a car, that's 30 minutes. On foot, through untamed Appalachian wilderness, in the snow and mud, it is a marathon of pain. He avoided the trails. He knew that if the mob had sent riders after him, the trails were death traps. He stuck to the ridges, moving parallel to the creek. Every snap of a twig made him freeze. Every shadow looked like a man with an axe. He was hallucinating from exhaustion. The trees seemed to be leaning in, whispering. The wind sounded like voices, but he kept moving. Why? Because he was the witness. He carried the truth. If he died in these woods, the story died with him. The chief would just be another man who vanished in the mountains. The company would write it off as an accident. He reached the edge of the small settlement near the train tracks around noon. He must have looked like a monster. Covered in mud, clothes torn to rags, dried blood on his face. He stumbled into the general store, the only place with a telegraph or a telephone line to the county seat. The shopkeeper looked up, terrified. "Good God, man. What happened?" Miller collapsed onto a crate. He gasped out the words that would bring the hammer down. "They killed him. They killed them all. Send the sheriff." The message went out over the wire. Dots and dashes traveling instantly across the miles that had taken him all night to cross. "Trouble at Camp 4. Send deputies. Urgent." In the county seat, the sheriff read the telegram. He didn't ask questions. He didn't wait. In 1887, the law didn't come with sirens and flashing lights. It came on horseback, heavily armed. The sheriff gathered a posse. He deputized men on the spot. "Bring your Winchester," he said. "We have a war in the woods." They rode out within the hour. Miller watched them go. He didn't go back. He never went back. But the wheels of justice, slow, grinding, and often brutal, had been set in motion. The posse arrived at the camp 2 days later. They expected a fight. They rode in with rifles raised, spread out in a skirmish line. But they didn't find a fortress. They found a ghost town. Most of the workers had fled. The ones who remained were the broken ones, the old, the injured, or the ones who simply didn't have the will to run. They offered no resistance. They surrendered their axes and their few pitiful firearms. The investigation that followed was less CSY and more Wild West. The sheriff wasn't interested in fingerprints. He wasn't interested in motive. He looked at the body of the chief, still wrapped in the tarp. He looked at the blood on the floor. "Who did this?" he asked. Silence. I said, "Who did this? If you don't speak, you all hang." This is where the law of the frontier gets complicated. In a modern court, you need to prove who struck the fatal blow. You need to prove intent. You need individual culpability. But in 1887, there was a concept known as joint enterprise. If you were part of the mob, you were guilty of the murder. It didn't matter if you swung the axe or just held the lantern. You were there. You were complicit. but identifying them was a nightmare. The men who stayed claimed they were asleep. They claimed they saw nothing. They claimed strangers came out of the woods. It was a wall of silence. But the law has ways of breaking walls. They arrested everyone. They chained them together and marched them back to town. It was a long, humiliating procession. The timber beasts, now shackled like animals. The trial was swift. The newspapers had a field day. They painted the workers as savages, anarchists, monsters of the forest. The nuance of the debt, the starvation, the unfairness that didn't sell papers. Axe murderers sold papers. Miller testified. He pointed fingers. That one was there. That one held the door. But even he couldn't be sure in the dark. In the end, justice was messy. A few men were sentenced to hard labor. A few were acquitted for lack of evidence. But the ringleaders, the ones who actually struck the blows, most of them were never caught. They vanished into the West. They changed their names. They melted into the vastness of America. In the mountains, there is the law of the book and the law of the blood. They rarely speak the same language. The law of the book said justice was served. Some men went to prison. The case was closed. But the law of the blood knew the truth. The real perpetrators, the rage, the desperation, the system that pushed them, walked free. And the men who went to prison, they weren't the villains. They were just the ones who got caught standing still when the music stopped. So, what did the company do? You might expect that after a tragedy like this, a massacre of their own management, a destruction of their property, there would be a reckoning, a change in policy, maybe even a memorial. You would be wrong. To the lumber barons sitting in their mahogany-paneled boardrooms in Chicago or Philadelphia, this event was not a tragedy. It was a line item. It was a write-off. The telegram arrived. Operations suspended at Camp 4 due to labor unrest. Manager deceased. Equipment damaged. They didn't weep for the chief. He was an employee. He was replaceable. They didn't weep for the workers. They were tools. They were replaceable. The only thing that mattered was the timber. The trees were still standing. The asset was still there. Within 2 weeks, a new manager was hired. He was likely given a slightly higher salary, hazard pay. He was given a new ledger. New workers were recruited. They pulled them from the cities, from the arriving boats at Ellis Island. Job opening in Kentucky, the flyers said. Good wages, fresh air. They didn't mention the axes. They didn't mention the blood soaked into the floorboards of the cabin they would be sleeping in. The families of the dead? They got nothing. No pension, no apology. If anything, the company likely sent a bill to the widows for the unrecovered debt of their dead husbands. This is the cold, hard math of the industrial age. The machine does not stop for the individual. It grinds on. The camp reopened before the winter was even out. The new men slept in the same bunks. They ate at the same tables. Did they know? Maybe they found a dark stain on the wood that wouldn't scrub out. Maybe they found a notch in a door frame and wondered what made it. But they didn't ask. You don't ask questions when you need the money. The lumber from that season, the trees cut by the men who replaced the murderers, was shipped down the river. It was milled into planks. It built houses in Cincinnati. It built barns in Indiana. People lived in those houses. They raised children within those walls. They had no idea that the wood surrounding them was harvested in the shadow of a massacre. This is the terrifying resilience of commerce. It absorbs horror and turns it into profit. The story of the massacre faded. It became a local legend, then a rumor, then just a ghost story told to scare children. Don't go into the hollow at night, or the timber beasts will get you. But the real beast wasn't in the woods. It was in the ledger. And the ledger was open for business again. We need to step back from the history for a moment and look at the psychology. Because what happened in that camp wasn't just a labor dispute. It was a breakdown of the human mind. We have a name for it in pop culture, cabin fever. We smile when we say it. We think of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. But the clinical reality is much darker. The medical term is often linked to Amok syndrome, a sudden, unprovoked outburst of violence by a person who has been under intense social pressure or isolation. When you put men in a confined space, remove their autonomy, strip them of their individuality, and subject them to constant, repetitive stress, you are rewiring their brains. The brain starts to look for threats. It becomes hypervigilant. In the 1880s, they called it mountain madness or bunkhouse psychosis. Think about the sensory environment. For months, these men saw the same 40 faces. They heard the same voices. They smelled the same smells. There was no privacy. If you wanted to cry, you couldn't. If you wanted to scream, you couldn't. You had to bottle it up. And that bottle has a pressure limit. When the chief denied them their wages, he didn't just take their money. He took their hope. He took the one thing that allowed them to tolerate the intolerable. Without the promise of a reward, the suffering became meaningless. And meaningless suffering is the mother of violence. It's the same psychological mechanism we see in prison riots. It's not about the bad food. It's about the loss of agency. It's about the need to assert control over something, even if that something is the act of destruction. When the mob attacked the cabin, they weren't just killing a boss. They were killing the system. They were smashing the cage. For those few minutes of violence, they were free. They were powerful. They were gods of their own destiny. And then, the crash. It is a tragedy of human nature. We are social animals, but we are also territorial predators. And when you trap a predator in a corner, it doesn't negotiate. It bites. The lumber camp massacre is a perfect bloody case study of what happens when you treat humans like machines. Eventually, the gears strip, the boiler explodes, and the shrapnel hits everyone. If you go to those coordinates today, you won't find the camp. You won't find the main cabin. You won't find the bunkhouses. You certainly won't find the ledger. The forest is efficient. It cleans up its own messes. Wood rots, iron rusts, bones turn to dust. Within 10 years of the camp closing, the roof of the main cabin would have collapsed. Within 20 years, the walls would have been little more than mounds of mossy compost. Today, that hollow is just trees again. There might be a slight depression in the ground where the cellar used to be. You might, if you are very lucky and have a metal detector, find a rusted axe head or a handful of spent shell casings buried under a century of leaf litter. But the screams are gone. The blood is gone. Nature has done what it always does. It has healed the wound. It is strange to stand in a place where you know something terrible happened and feel nothing. Just the wind, just the birds. The trees that grow there now are the great-grandchildren of the trees that witnessed the massacre. They don't remember. But the history is there if you know how to look for it. It's in the archives of the local courthouse. It's in the yellowed newspaper clippings. It's in the genealogy of families who wonder why their great-grandfather went west and never wrote back. The forest reclaims the physical evidence, but it cannot reclaim the story. That is our job. We are the memory keepers. We are the ones who dig up the ghosts and ask them what happened. Because if we don't, then those men, the ones who died and the ones who killed, truly vanish. They become just another layer of sediment in the geology of the Appalachian Mountains. They deserve to be remembered, not as heroes, not as villains, but as men. Men who were pushed too far, men who broke, men who lived and died by the sound of iron. The lumber camp massacre of 1887 is not a famous story. It isn't taught in schools. It hasn't been made into a Hollywood movie. It is a footnote, a small, ugly stain on the vast tapestry of American history. But in that small stain, we see the entire picture of an era. We see the brutality of the Industrial Revolution. We see the desperation of the working class. We see the terrifying isolation of the frontier, and we see the darkness that lies within the human heart. We like to think that we are civilized, that we are above this kind of primal violence. But put us in the woods, take away our food, take away our hope, and we are just timber beasts in waiting. Those men went into the woods to build a future, Instead, they built a tragedy. But they did build something else. They built America. The timber they cut, the timber that cost them their souls, went on to build the cities we live in. It framed the houses of the Midwest. It laid the tracks for the railroads. There is a haunting thought I want to leave you with. The wood from that forest, perhaps even the very trees that were standing witness on that bloody night, was harvested. It was milled. It was sold. It built houses that people still live in today. So, somewhere in America, there is a family sitting in a living room. They are laughing. They are safe. And they are completely unaware that the beams above their heads, the floorboards under their feet, hold a secret. They are surrounded by wood that was paid for in blood. Walls that hold the echoes of a scream in their grain. History is not in the past. It is the structure of our present. We are living in the house that they built. And sometimes when the wind blows just right and the house settles, you can almost hear the sound of an axe in the distance. Good night.